Morning, Shelly.
Good morning, Judge.
How are you today?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Hey, I have a number of motions for destruction of biometric data and fingerprints and wrist record, that type of thing. Do you have any opposition to any of these? You want me to settle it here?
Could you repeat that first part again? I'm sorry.
I have a number of motions for destruction of biometric data and arrest records.
Oh.
Do you have any opposition to me just signing off of those, or do you want to hear?
I don't have any objection to that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't think we have anything for you today, Shell.
Yeah, I didn't see anything either. However, I just wanted to sign in to make sure in case something
Okay.
was added last minute or, you know, if there was a capious that came in. I just wanted to be available.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
They were concerned about the jail, but the sitting back was he was ready for something. Sad. Jail.
Morning, good morning, how you guys
I have
doing?
nothing on the docket. Good morning. We don't have anything on the docket, do we?
Just 3 exams,
That's just in the afternoon or the morning.
1 and 10.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go on to the training, so I probably won't be in here today. Cause after the training, I'm gonna go prepare for the funeral. So, I gotta do it in the daytime early, get stuff done. But we had that training today, so. It's very hot here. So, all righty. If I don't see y'all later, I'll see you tomorrow.
Right.
How you been doing, Judge?
Doing good, how are you?
Yeah, you can't complain. Life is good.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to sign off now. So if you need anything, just let me know.
Okay, will do. Enjoy your day.
Thank you, you too.
That prosecutor, I need to make this. Oh, they would reject me. Right here.
I'm up there. Long time no see. You doing okay? Good to see you. You ready to put in some work? You ready to put in some work today?
A little bit.
All right. Somebody in trouble.
What's up? Yeah. See, I got you that time. You were you paying no attention to me. Yeah, because you know, they had to go, they got trained, yeah.
So, our prison shut down.
Okay. Nobody tried to come in here and shake your hand, they said. Okay, but not the attorney.
Prosecutor 13. You need a new document?
Yes, ma'am. Did they call the silver office?
Did they call?
Silver office, so they won't be late on anything? No. Any sheets in here? Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
What you looking for? Wait, it's people. Yeah, would you bring me to road? Would you bring me to road? Can we oh, thank you. What's the person name? But you know when you're turning this here. We have much quiet. Yes, they all don't see. No, I don't.
Hey, guys.
Hello.
How are you? Fine.
I have to fire you up. Okay.
I'm sorry?
I have to find it up.
I just saw him yesterday.
Okay.
Hey there, Mr.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
You're looking nice.
That's my airplane.
What?
That's my airplane.
I can't hear.
I'm gonna cut her off when you take it out.
And the prosecutor's in the witness room.
Yeah, I just saw her. I'm sorry? Yes. Got it. Yes, her.
The one and only, God be saved.
The what?
The one and only, God be saved.
Here.
You understand sign language?
I don't know that either.
You're in trouble.
I'm in serious trouble. Oh, that's so much better.
She here. But she's here. Okay.
I'm gonna run and use the restroom. So ready?
Can you hear us now?
Yes. Hey, my daughter's graduating tomorrow, Judge, from MSU.
Congratulations. From where?
MSU.
Oh, boy.
Go green, go white.
Woo-hoo. But she's going to become a Wolverine next.
Oh, no.
Grand Rapids, Michigan, yeah.
What the heck happened?
Well, they don't have a very good, she wants to go into public health, and they don't have a good program at MSU. And Michigan's is ranked #2 in the country, so,
She went to MSU first.
Congratulations.
thank you.
Great job. I can't believe she's graduating from college.
It was all her.
I remember when she was,
I know,
wow,
I
that's
know.
awesome.
She's been the easiest kid to raise this one, like,
That's wonderful.
yeah. Thanks.
So funny you say that, Judge. Before I left, when your sons was little.
I know,
I
right?
remember I worked at judge's
Goes by
doors
so fast.
sometimes, and you would have your sons, you know, they would come over sometimes, and they was little. What is going on?
I don't know.
They both in their 20s now, right?
Yeah.
I ain't talking to you no more.
20, 23 this year.
Shoot.
I don't think I've done a homicide exam in here since you've been in this courtroom.
You have it?
I don't think so. Maybe, who knows? The days kind of meld into one. Oh. Get these stickers. I meant to bring my stamp for what I. Yes, please. Yeah, or maybe 4, 5, or 6. I got a stamp from COVID.
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
Thank you so much.
All right. I'm trying to make sure that that's perfect. There you go.
Hi, I didn't even see it. Oh. Oh, thank you. Okay. Is it long enough to come this one? Yeah, the court reporter is breaking the courtroom. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, okay, once you plug it in. Thank you. Thank you so much. I figured it out. Thank you. Thank you for rushing to my side.
Are we ready? Go.
She's on the hallway.
Prosecute.
Yeah. Oh my God, getting.
Ready, Ms. Ripley? Calling case 2355755, people of the state of Michigan versus Leroy Frank Latoya III. Defendant is charged in count 1 felony murder, count 2 child abuse, first degree. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
And good morning, Your Honor. Gabi Silver appearing on behalf of the Roy Matoyer, who is present in the courtroom. My bar number is 36382.
Tell me your name, Mr. Matoy.
Leroy McFarland the third.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses will be?
Judge, if I could answer to that question. I am ready to proceed as it relates to the medical witnesses. However, as it relates to the civilian that Ms. Ripley indicated she intends to call, I'm not ready to proceed. Yesterday, I received from Ms. Ripley a ton of cell phone records relating to the complainant's mother. I also have still not received the CPS interviews of the mother. I have not had a chance to go through the voluminous phone records that were just provided yesterday. Before I cross-examine her, I need an opportunity to do that. And that is because she has made several different varying statements as relating to what occurred in the days leading up to this incident.
Judge, so we have, it's straightforward all along. There's a phone number in this case. It's very large. I did request that they bring me a hard drive or anything to put it on. I had not received one from them. I just recently got the phone to open on my own, on a specialized computer that probably the prosecution has. I did put it on a hard drive for them that I bought with my own money that I gave Ms. Silver today. And I sent them the reports that I just was able to go through and extract yesterday. I don't plan to admit any of those. I don't plan to admit anything with the phone today. The basis, I think, of all my questions are going to stem from her interviews and her investigative subpoena testimony, which sort of said from the very beginning.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I have, and we've been back and forth throughout this case. And Ms. Ripley has been extremely accommodating in getting us various medical evidence that we requested. Actually, more accommodating than most prosecutors have ever been, frankly. However, given the nature of the testimony that I expect to come from the complainant's mother, given the number of times she was interviewed and the varying stories that she has told, we did request back in February the CPS reports. Those have still, and I know Ms. Ripley requested them. She requested them again this week. Those have still not been provided. The complainant's mother was interviewed several times by CPS. We don't have those. And I'm interested in reviewing the phone records relating to the days surrounding these alleged incidents. And I think that they're important and relevant to my cross-examination of this witness.
All right, so it sounds like we're voting this matter. All right.
Yeah, I'm absolutely ready on the medical witnesses.
Well, let's begin with
Thank you, Judge.
And then you have to subpoena three. I would take a motion to sequester. So we expect to my officer charge.
Any objection to the lights here, man?
No, can I get a name on the OIC, please? And can I ask who's seated at council table?
This is all APA.
Welcome to Wayne County Circuit Court. Court prosecution.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, in order you to log off at this time.
Your Honor, it's just, in particular, there is, I just learned about a YouTube channel by the father of the decedent's aunt. She has talked and addressed the case multiple times. I would just specifically requested, I don't want any tainting of any witnesses in any way. I know this is a public hearing, but I don't think it should be spread further on other people's YouTube channels.
Not understanding what you're talking.
I would just, this woman has a YouTube channel that she has been talking about the case about. She's probably watching today.
Can we have her name? It sounds like maybe Ms. Ripley is concerned that whoever this woman is, can we get her name, please?
Yeah, it's Ivory Danielle Thornton.
Ivory Danielle Thornton.
Yes.
She's doing what?
I believe
She has a YouTube
she has a
channel.
YouTube channel. And maybe
How do you get a YouTube channel?
people can make YouTube channel. Post, they make their profile and then post videos to it.
Yes, very easily.
Yeah.
I think it sounds like what Ms. Ripley is
And just
suggesting is a concern that although there is a warning that these proceedings not be reported, that she be reporting them
And having other witnesses, we use them.
Be my-
What's her name again?
Or what?
What's her name again?
Ivory, Ivy, Danielle Thornton.
Okay, Ms. Thornton, if you are in fact watching, you are not to record these proceedings. If I find that you have done so, then you run the risk of being held in contempt of court, and I will bring you in and you will address that matter. There are consequences to your actions, especially those actions that violate my orders. You are not to record and distribute these proceedings in any way.
People would also move to admit under MCL 766.11B, 1. See the medical records from Children's Hospital for Justice Stark.
Any objection?
No.
Admitted?
Thank you, Judge. I would just like to briefly summarize portions of these. On page 40 of 594, under impression and plan, we have head trauma with cerebral edema and subdural hemorrhage. Under page 42 of 594, under history of present illnesses, we have that ophthalmology was consulted to examine for intraocular hemorrhages due to suspicion for non-accidental trauma. On page 57 of 594, we have the ophthalmologist exam. On the posterior segment exam of the right eye, we have retinal hemorrhages in the macula, and we have scattered retinal hemorrhages in the peripheral retina. On the posterior segment exam of the left eye, we have retinal hemorrhages with pre-retinal hemorrhages in the macula. We have scattered retinal hemorrhages in the peripheral retina. On page 68 of 594, under impression and plan, on the posterior examination, we summarize it as multiple layers of retinal hemorrhages in both eyes, and macula, and periphery. On page 70 of 594, under integumentary, that's INTEGUMENTARY, we have a full thickness burn to right hand, abrasion to left parietal/temporal region, right cheek and left ear, ecchymosis to left upper thigh, and inferior right buttocks. And on page 71 of 594, under the CT head infections, we have number 1, diffuse hypoattenuation of the cerebral parenchyma with diminished gray white matter differentiation, consistent with diffuse cerebral edema. We have irregular hyperdensity along the false cerebri, concerning for subdural hemorrhage. Number 3, we have non-specific hyperdensity anteriorly and posteriorly at the craniocervical junction, which may reflect artifact ligamentous injury not definitively excluded. And number 4, facial bones are intact without evidence of acute fracture. On page 100 of 594, under medical decision making /ED course, we have transferred from Sinai Grace Emergency Department as a trauma code, plus due to concern for NAT, CT imaging revealing cerebral edema, SDH, and cervical ligamentous injury. Multiple other injuries identified on presentation concerning for NAT. NAT is considered because of both the head injury and the bruising under the buttocks and possible fingerprint bruising on the left upper thigh, as well as some possible faint marks on the abdomen. Photos were taken by police staff. On page 101 of 594, the burn tub team was also at bedside. It stated the patient had some lesions on her hand, mouth that she ruptured. However, as stated in evaluation along the 5th digit, there does appear to be a blister that is more concerning that this was a burn. On page 524 of 594, we have the non-accidental trauma note from the care team consultation. On page 527 of 594, within that non-accidental trauma note, under the skin section, we have two small healing linear abrasions over the right eye, hypopigmented scar to the superior aspect of the forehead, pattern bruising to the lateral aspect of the right cheek extending to the angle of the jaw, pattern bruising to the left side of the face extending over the left ear bruising on both sides, bruising behind left ear, cafe all lot natural to the upper abdomen, just left of midline, abdominal bruising, pattern bruising to the left proximal anterior thigh and right posterior thigh, small abrasion to the posterior medical aspect of the right knee, irregular congenital dermal melanosis extending to the right, lower thoracic region, laceration and bruising to the right side of the lower lip. And under review/management, we have partial thickness burn to the posterior aspect of the right hand over the medial aspect of the second digit extending over the fifth digit, and wrapping the medial aspect of the fifth digit and palm. On page 528 of 594, under impression and plan, in my professional opinion, this case shows substantial evidence of non-accidental trauma. Justice has multiple patterns, multiplanar bruises to the body, as well as fatal head injuries. These injuries are not explained from a fall down the stairs. And I would also move to the medical examiner report under FCL 766.118.
Any objection?
No objection.
Any-
Thank you, Judge. And this is medical examiner case number 22.16607. It was performed on December 3rd, 2022, on Justice Starks by Dr. Lokman Sung, Deputy Chief Medical Examiner. It's his opinion that death was caused by multiple blunt force trauma. Externally, a circular abrasion was on the left cheek. A version of the upper lip disclosed laceration to the mucosa and bruising on the mucosa of the lower lips and lower mandibular gums. Numerous bruises were throughout the head as follows: right cheek below the right eye, right frontal and parietal scalp, left upper eyelid, left temple, occipital scalp, and right and left ears. The aggregate of the three large bruises was on the right cheek. Additional bruises were on the chest, right abdomen, multiple bruises on the left forearm, left thigh, right lower legs, central back, posterior right hip, and in both buttocks. And there was a third-degree burning on the top of the right hand. It was reported that the decedent was being carried by an adult caregiver when the caregiver fell down a flight of stairs. The constellation and extent of injuries cannot be explained by the reported circumstances, the manner of death's onset. That's what was predicted.
Okay,
I believe there was stipulation to the identification of the victim for exam purposes only.
That's correct.
or receive that stipulation.
Thank you, Judge. And at this time, we will follow Dr. Lokman's son. Yeah.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in this box right next to me. When you're ready.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Good morning, my name is Lockman Sung.
And how are you employed?
I am the interim chief medical examiner at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you been a medical examiner at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
I've been with the office since 2008.
And how long have you been a medical examiner in general?
My entire professional career has been at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. What kind of education do you have to get to be a medical examiner?
My medical school education was from Wayne State University. After completion of medical school, I performed a 4-year anatomic and clinical pathology residency at William Beaumont Hospital. After that residency, I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the medical examiner's office. And I currently hold my board certifications in anatomic and forensic pathology.
And so what kind of experience do you have as a medical examiner?
As a medical examiner, I performed over 8,000 autopsies and have testified in courts approximately 250 times.
So you said you've been certified as an expert, you said 250 times?
Approximately,
But all of that been in Third Circuit Court?
predominantly,
What about at 36th District Court?
yes.
And you're not moved to certify Dr. Lopez as an expert in anatomic and forensic pathology.
And no objection.
All right, the court will find that the witness may testify as an expert in anatomic and forensic pathology.
Thank you. What do you do as a medical examiner?
As a medical examiner, we perform autopsies on individuals brought into our office to determine their cause and manner of death.
And can you tell me what an autopsy is?
An autopsy is a multi-step process where we look at the body both on the outside and the internal organs, looking for any disease processes and or injuries that are sufficient for death.
Okay, so you would do an external evaluation and an internal?
Yes,
And you said you look for cause and manner of death.
yes.
Can you tell me what cause of death means?
Essentially, the cause of death is why a person has died or passed.
And what are some examples of cause of death?
Some examples include heart attack, stroke, pneumonia, gunshot wounds, blunt force injuries. There is a whole host of different causes of death.
And you mentioned manner of death. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
The manner of death specifically describes the circumstances surrounding the cause.
And what types of manner of death are there?
Here in Michigan, we have 5. They are natural, homicide, suicide, accident, and indeterminate.
And when you say homicide, would it be fair to say that that's different from the legal term homicide?
Yeah.
And tell me what your term of homicide means.
For our classification, homicide strictly is death due to the actions of another individual.
And did you have the chance to perform an autopsy in medical examiner case number 22-16607?
Yes,
And that would have been on a Miss Justice Starks?
yes,
And did you author a report as to that autopsy?
yes.
And this is Sergeant Peoples admitted exhibit 2. Do you have a copy of that medical examiner report with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell me what you did in this autopsy?
In this autopsy, I looked at the body of Justice Starks externally in the unclosed state and noted injuries on her body. Those injuries were photographed and documented. After that, we proceeded with the internal examination where all of her organs, including the brain, were removed from the body, and I examined those organs individually.
Okay, so let's start with the external injuries that you noted. Tell me what external injuries that you noted on Justice Starks.
Externally, there was a abrasion on the left cheek, and abrasions are where the skin surface is scraped away. Once again, that was on the left cheek. There were a number of bruises throughout different regions of her body, particularly on her head. And specifically, there was a bruise on the right cheek, underneath the right eye. There was also bruising on the right forehead, the right top of the head, back of the head, left temple, and both ears. When I reflected or opened her mouth, there was laceration or tearing of the tissue of the upper lip, and bruising of the lower lip and of the gum. Moving on to the rest of her body, there were also bruises on the chest, abdomen, both right and left leg, and both buttocks.
And, you said you then performed an internal, observation?
Yeah.
And what did you find internally?
Internally, there were injuries that were isolated to the head. When the scalp was reflected, there were additional bruises that were identified on the right temple, on the right central and back part of the head. When the skull was removed and the brain exposed, there was bleeding on top of the entire surface of the brain. And after we removed the brain, we also examined the eyes, and there was bleeding in the protective sheath around each optic nerve.
When you said bleeding of the eyes, what does that mean? How does that happen?
When there's blood covering the brain, that blood can seep into the space around the optic nerve. And the reason for that is because the sheath around that is actually an extension of the dura, which covers the brain. So any bleeding on the brain can also extend to the region of the eye.
What would have been the effects of all of her injuries?
These injuries cause swelling of the brain, and when that happens, it can face pressure on very sensitive parts of the brain, particularly the brain stem. The brain stem is part of the body that controls the breathing and the beating of the heart.
And is that what you saw in this case?
Yes.
After performing the autopsy on the, how old was Justice when you examined her?
It was reported to be 23 months, 15 days.
And how much did she weigh?
She weighed 11.17 kilograms.
And how tall was she?
She was 94 centimeters.
So after you performed the autopsy on Justice Starks, did you ultimately determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And what did you determine the cause of death to be?
Causes multiple blunt force trauma.
And how did you come to that finding?
When examining the injuries, there were multiple points of impact on her body, and that reflects multiple blunt injuries. These injuries were not caused by gunshot wounds, stab wounds, or that things of that nature, and they fall into the category of blunt trauma.
And did you ultimately come to a manner of death?
Yes,
And what was the manner of death that you determined?
classified as homicide.
And how did you come to that determination?
Using the 5 manners of death, this type of death is excluded from the natural death, so you have only the remaining 4 manners to select from. And due to the extent of the injury, homicide was the most appropriate classification.
So I noticed that one of the options, I think you said, for manner of death would have been accident.
That's correct.
How did you determine this was homicide over accident?
The determination of homicide is based on the extent of the injuries.
And as stated in your report on the first page, you wrote that it was reported that the decedent was being carried by an adult caregiver when they fell down the stairs. In your opinion, could these injuries have come from falling down the stairs?
No.
And why is that?
Once again, the injuries on the body were in multiple regions of the body itself, nearly the entire surface of the head, and it would not have been sustained from a simple fall down the flight of stairs.
What would cause these kind of injuries?
These injuries were from inflicted trauma.
And you said there's multiple, so would it have been multiple inflictions or a single kind of infliction of something?
It would be multiple.
Nothing further at this time.
Question, Pam?
Yes, thank you, Judge, very much. Dr. Stone, how many autopsies have you performed on children who have died as a result of a stair fall?
I have not performed any autopsies on individual children specifically that died from the fall down the flight of stairs.
How many autopsies do you think you performed on adults who you believed or opined had died as a result of a fall down the stairs?
A few hundred.
When you were looking at this particular case, did you read any medical literature that you relied upon in making your opinion as it relates to this case?
No,
Did you consult with any other pathologists on this case?
no,
Are you board certified in neuropathology?
no.
What is neuropathology?
Neuropathology is the specialty in pathology that specifically looks at structures of the brain and diseases of the brain.
How about pediatric pathology? Certified in pediatric pathology?
No.
In this particular case, did anybody from the medical examiner's office go to the scene of the accident?
No.
So no photographs of the scene,
That's correct.
no measurements taken?
Correct.
Did you send anybody from your office to the home where this accident is alleged to have occurred to test the temperature of the water, the hot water specifically?
No,
Did you send any investigators from your office to the hospital to view the child?
no,
So when you examined the child, you told us that you had some information that the alleged cause of the injuries to the child was a fall down the stairs. Is that correct?
no, that's not it.
Okay. What information, well, let me go back a second. Where did you get information as to what had reportedly occurred to cause the injuries to the child?
Our investigators create a case registration summary, which summarizes information that's conveyed to us either by law enforcement and or medical professionals, either from a hospital or EMS. And that summary is provided to me for review prior to forming the office.
All right, and so is that what you reviewed prior to doing the autopsy?
Yes,
So you had no independent photographs that were taken by your office, is that correct?
correct.
Did you review any photographs?
No.
Did anybody request, well, strike that. When did your investigators, when do they become involved? Is it when death occurs, or like in this instance, the child was brain dead and placed on life support? Is your office notified at that point, or is it only upon death?
It typically is upon death. The hospital staff are required to report the death to our office.
Okay, so you wouldn't receive any information ahead of time, such as when somebody is placed on life support and declared brain dead?
That's correct.
All right. In this particular instance, was a separate, as you just indicated, was there a separate investigator's report done by your office?
It would be the case registration summary.
All right, and who completed that?
I don't have it in front of me, but I can find out.
Okay, we'll come back to that. When you performed the autopsy on Justice Starks, other than medical individuals from your office. Was anybody else present?
I don't recall if any other individuals were in the office at that.
Such as law enforcement. Anybody from law enforcement present?
Once again, I don't recall.
Would you note that anywhere?
There will be notation on the case registration summary. Once again, I don't have that document.
Do you have that document? May I approach the witness for a moment, Judge?
Yes.
This is part of the. Dr. Southern, I'm showing you a document and asking you if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you take a look at that and tell us if that reflects whether somebody else, some law enforcement personnel were present at the time of autopsy?
There is no indication that law enforcement was present during the autopsy.
And is that something that you would for sure have noted if it occurred?
Yes.
Okay, does it indicate who else was present?
Be more specific in your question.
Any other individuals present? Does it notate that?
There are no other individuals.
Did you prior to, let me grab that so we get back to the prosecutor. Thank you. Did you review any of the medical records for Justice Starks before performing your autopsy?
No,
How about after?
I don't recall.
You don't recall reviewing perhaps cyanide Grace records?
That's correct, I don't recall.
What about her CT scan?
Similarly, I don't recall.
What about any x-rays taken before death?
No,
Any photographs taken by the hospital?
no,
Did you review any of the police photographs of the scene of the accident?
No.
Did you review any of the police photographs of the child's injuries?
no,
How about any of the interrogations done of the mother or the father in this particular instance?
no.
When you receive a body from a hospital, is it the instruction of the hospital that you are to receive it with any medical devices that they have put on remaining in place?
Yes,
When you received the body of Justice Starks, were the medical devices still attached?
there were medical devices attached.
Did you take any photos of the body with the medical devices attached?
No.
How come?
The medical devices may obscure injuries on the body, and it's important for us to photograph those injuries without obstruction.
Of course, but you could have taken photographs before the devices are removed. Isn't that true?
That is true, we could do that.
Okay, but that was not done in this instance.
Correct.
You indicated that you did an examination of the brain of the victim in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
And as it results to the brain, after it's removed from the body prior to being dissected, was that brain fixed in any type of a liquid?
Yes, it was.
What was it fixed in?
It was fixed in phosphate buffer formalin.
Formalin?
Actually, sorry, I have a correction. The photograph taken was prior to the medical intervention.
Okay, may I see that? Because that is a photograph that I did not receive. And hold on. Sure. May I approach?
Okay.
specifically denoting image 39.
Okay, so you showed us a photograph, that would be your autopsy photograph 39, and it's marked as 39 on it, is that correct?
Yeah.
And that shows some equipment attached to the body, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, tell us what it shows attached to the body.
On picture 39, it shows attached to the body, intravascular line in the groin, hand, and the anterior fossa, which is the elbow region.
Okay, it doesn't show anything attached to the child's mouth or head or neck, is that correct?
That's correct.
But you would assume that those items had been attached at some point, correct?
I make no assumptions.
Well, the child has been intubated, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, that would require some sort of equipment, isn't that true?
That's true.
So we can assume that at some point intubation equipment was on the child.
Again, I'm not going to make assumptions.
Thank you. You indicated in your report that the cause of death was multiple blunt traumas, is that correct?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm sorry, multiple blunt force trauma. Were any of the bruises or abrasions to the arms, legs, or torso life-threatening?
No.
You indicated that there were some other injuries, as you called them, on the arms, legs, hands. Were any of those life-threatening? I'm not talking about the bruises at this point, but any of the other injuries you described earlier. Were any of those life-threatening?
No.
Would it be fair to say that the only injury that was life-threatening were the injuries to the head?
Yeah.
Did, in your opinion, the child have a prolonged period of time where her heart stopped beating?
I can't comment on that.
Well, would her brain have been deprived of adequate oxygen and blood flow?
If her heart stopped beating, it would be deprived of oxygen.
What is the medical term for that? Would that be a hypoxic ischemic brain injury?
That would fall under that category, yes.
You indicated in your report that there were intracranial injuries. You listed those in your report as anatomic findings, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you find in your report, I'm sorry, in your examination, a subdural hematoma?
No.
Did you know that based on the records that were just read into the record received from the hospital, that there was a CT scan that reported that there was a subdural hematoma?
I'm not going to take what the CT scan report read.
Okay, well, let me ask you this, since you're an expert. If the CT scan reported a subdermal hematoma, would that have been incorrect?
CT scan is interpretation of what the CT machine reads. The autopsy is direct observation of what is on the brain and or within the skull. At times, there is discrepancy between the two.
So when there are discrepancies, is it safe to assume that the more accurate would be the autopsy findings?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you find any, now I'm gonna probably butcher this term, you can correct me please, any ligamentous injuries to the neck? Did I say that right?
Yes, you said that.
I did, okay. Did you find any ligamentous injuries to the neck?
No.
Were you made aware of that the medical records reflect that the CT scan reported that there was a ligamentous injury to the neck?
I don't know.
Well, again, if the CT scan reported that, and you on direct observation during the autopsy found that that was not in fact true, would the autopsy be the more accurate finding?
Yes.
Now, as it relates to the brain swelling, is that something that you would expect to see in a hypoxic ischemic brain injury where a child survived for a couple of days in a hospital?
Yes, you may.
I'm sorry,
Yes, you may.
I didn't hear the last one. You said yes?
Yes, you may.
You may, okay, thank you. And you indicated that you observed on this complainant's brain swelling. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what is brain herniation?
Herniation is when there is downward pressure due to swelling of various structures of the brain onto the base of the skull.
And did you find any brain herniation in this autopsy?
No.
Can brain swelling or increased pressure within the head cause bleeding in the nerve sheath going into the eyes?
Not typically.
Well, when you say not typically, I mean, I guess that we can all agree that, that, you know, not all of this is an exact science. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you say not typically, can you explain your answer for me, please?
Yes, there is rarely in medicine a never. There are generally situations in which something may occur. So it is not typical that the herniation, as you mentioned, or the swelling that I mentioned in the brain would cause bleeding of the perioptic nerve sheath. I'm not saying that there will be never an instance where that can happen, but it's not typical.
Okay. Did you find any bleeding in the substances of the brain?
No.
Did you find any bleeding, I'm sorry, did you find any bruising of the brain substance?
No.
You talked a little bit before about subarachnoid bleeding. What exactly is that?
There is a layer of thin tissue on the surface of the brain that's called the meninges, and the bleeding, in this case, subarachnoid, is between the surface of the brain and this meningeal layer.
Can hypoxic ischemic injury to the brain result in some subarachnoid bleeding?
Yes, it may result in some subarachnoid bleeding.
Did you describe the bleeding on the child's brain, I think, as global subarachnoid hemorrhage over the entire surface of the brain?
Yes.
Approach witness, please.
Right?
And I'm going to approach and show you two photographs. Ask if you recognize those two photographs.
Yes, I recognize these two photographs.
And those two photographs are numbered Defense Exhibit D, E, and DF, is that correct?
Yes.
And what are those two photographs of?
These two photographs are pictures of the brain post-fixation, both the top and the base image.
In those photographs, is the subarachnoid hemorrhage that you've described present?
There is some subarachnoid hemorrhage in these two images.
Okay,
And
why
these
don't
are post-fixation.
I'm sorry, say that again.
These are post-fixation or after fixation in formalin.
All right, so what would the difference be between post-fixation and pre-fixation?
Pre-fixation, let's say this is before formalin fixation, demonstrates the fresh hemorrhage that was on the brain. It is very easily appreciated. Post-fixation, meaning after fixation in formalin, the heme or the blood within the iron within the blood can be altered visually.
Okay, so those two are post-fixation?
Yes,
Okay, then we're gonna leave those back. Do you have your photographs with you from the autopsy?
yes, it is.
Can you tell us specifically which photograph? So let me ask you this question. It seems to me that what you're saying to us now is that it is easier to see the subarachnoid bleeding pre-fixation. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And post-fixation, some of it might dissipate because of the use of whatever formula you're using.
that's
Okay. Can you tell me in your autopsy photographs, which photographs depict the global subarachnoid hemorrhage over the entire surface of the brain?
yes.
Which numbers?
There are numbers 58, 59, and 60.
Okay. Are any of the hemorrhages ones that could not be caused by a hypoxic ischemic brain injury?
Can you repeat your question?
Yes. Are any of the hemorrhages that you noted in your autopsy findings hemorrhages that could not be caused by hypoxic ischemic brain injury?
Yes. All of the bruises on the body, including those on the head and the rest of the body, could not have been caused by hypoxic ischemic injury.
Is it your testimony today that none of these hemorrhages that you noted throughout the body, injuries that could not have been caused by impacts suffered in a fall down the stairs?
No.
Maybe I said that question. Okay, so you're not saying that none of these injuries could have been caused by a fall down the stairs. You're saying some of them could have been.
That is a possibility that some of them could have been.
Did you find any hemorrhaging in the retina of the eyes?
No.
Are you familiar with the theory of causation of retinal hemorrhage that's called vitreoretinal traction?
Yes.
Can you explain that to us, please?
It is my experience is limited, so my description would be limited. But in this phenomenon, which is a complex one, there can be detachment of the retina from the back of the eye itself, which then can result in some hemorrhage within the retina.
Has that theory ever been proven through scientific experiments, if you know? I know you just told us you're not an expert in that.
I don't know.
Can retinal hemorrhage ever be caused by impact to the head?
Yes.
In your opinion, what are the retinal hemorrhages that you saw in this body? What caused those?
I did not see what the hemorrhages.
Are retinal hemorrhages ever seen as evidence of shaking, like shaking baby?
Yes.
Which of the head injuries suffered by this child could not have been caused by a fall down the stairs and an adult falling on the child?
That is a compound description, falling down the stairs and having an adult fall on the child. It's my opinion that none of these injuries could be from an adult falling on the child. As far as falling down the stairs, a single injury may be due to it fall down a flight of stairs. However, once again, there are multiple injuries on multiple regions of the head, and collectively, they would not have been from falling down.
You would agree with me that a fall down the stairs is a complex mechanism of injury. Would you agree with that statement?
It can be, yes.
I mean, there's many different types or ways that people fall down the stairs. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, it can involve falling, right?
That's a good word.
Okay, bouncing, rolling, tumbling. It can involve any kind of mechanism, I suppose you could call it, that fall could take. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you would agree with me that when somebody falls down the stairs, you could see impacts on different parts of the body. Is that correct?
That statement is correct.
Yeah, on many different parts of the body. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When a child, okay, strike that. When you indicated that, may I approach this again?
You may.
Can I hand you another one? I think it's your autopsy photo. Is that correct?
Yes, it is our autopsy photo.
And that is marked Defense Exhibit A, is that correct?
Yes.
And that is, well, tell us what that photograph is.
This photograph is of the right hand, specifically the top or dorsum of the right hand. The thumb is slightly obscured in the picture.
All right. And does that photograph depict what you described as the 2.5 by 2 inch area of 3rd degree thermal burn?
Yes.
And can you do me a favor and circle the area on that photograph that you believe depicts a 3rd degree burn?
Yes. Right. See if I have a pen.
Okay, can I? Okay. Oh, sorry. So may I see what you've drawn in there, please? So, oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so for the record, you have drawn with a pen the entire area of what appears to be injury on the hand, is that correct?
Yeah.
And in your medical and expert opinion, that entire area is what you described as a third-degree burn.
Yeah.
And is a third-degree burn the same as a full-thickness burn?
There is a spectrum of that, but yes.
I'm sorry, say that
There
again.
is a spectrum of that, but yes.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
The depth of the skin has multiple layers. For third degree, typically that involves all of those layers of skin
All
or
right.
full thickness.
Okay, so we can equate a third-degree burn with what we here call a full-thickness burn.
Yeah.
Okay, so if the medical records described it as a partial thickness burn, your opinion's different. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
How are you able to tell us? I would also move for the admission of defense exhibit A, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Can you tell us, in looking at this injury that you've described, when that might have occurred?
No, I can't.
I mean, is it fresh or is it in the process of healing?
There are regions of the rim of that appear to be or to the beginning of healing.
Okay, so you said rim, the rim?
Yes.
Okay, what do you mean by the rim?
The periphery.
Is that, okay, using like layman's easy
The-
terms for lawyers? Is
Outside,
the outside, that's just what I was gonna say. So the outside part is the part where it's healed, beginning to heal.
it appears to be beginning to.
Okay, is that if you know how an injury like that would begin to heal, kind of from the outside in?
There are multiple stages of healing. At times it can heal from the inside of the wound out. It just depends on the level of or extent of damage. If there are no skin cells in the middle to even begin to heal, the middle part won't heal. It'll be the outer portions that begin to heal first. On other times when there are even a few of those cells remaining, it can be from the middle portion, demonstrating more healing than the other. So each case is individualized.
In your opinion, if the child had lived, would that injury to this hand, what kind of treatment would it have required to heal?
I don't treat living people, so I can't tell you what treatment would be appropriate for that.
You don't remember back to medical school where you might have learned that?
That's beyond my expertise as a forensic pathologist.
Had you been informed that the child had been diagnosed with a case of hand, foot, mouth disease about 4 months prior to her death?
No.
That was not part of the information that was provided to you?
I don't recall that being provided.
Did you note any lesions inside the child's mouth or on the child's feet that would have been, well, strike that. Did you note any lesions inside the child's mouth and on the foot, feet?
I noted lesions within the child's mouth.
Okay, what about on the feet?
No.
Did you take any autopsy photos of the child's feet?
Some of the photographs that were taken do include the feet, although they're not detailed photos of the feet.
Do you have a photo of the child's feet where the feet are facing upward so you can see the bottom of them?
I will have to refresh them.
Please do.
There is one picture, picture number 62, which.
Hold on,
shows-
give us 1 second. On that photo, are you able to see any lesions on her feet,
Looking at the,
on the soles of the feet?
looking at the page in my hand, it is not of a magnification that I can comment on.
All right. Is hand, foot, mouth disease caused by a virus?
Yeah.
And can that virus be diagnosed by taking pieces of tissue from the lesion and looking at certain stains under a microscope?
Yes.
And had you been informed that the child had what the parents believed at that point in time was a recurrence of hand, foot, mouth disease, would you have been able to take tissue, say perhaps from the hand or the feet, to make a determination as to whether or not perhaps some of these injuries, the external injuries, were as a result of hand, foot, mouth?
I do not believe hand, foot, mouth disease causes bruising on the body.
Okay, let's talk about specifically the hand.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the injuries that were on the hand. Would that have been, had you had that history of hand, foot, mouth disease, that the child had blisters for a few days on her knuckles, given that history, would you have tested that tissue for hand, foot, mouth disease?
No.
Did you take any photographs of local hair loss on the back of the child's head?
May I refresh my memory?
Yes, please.
There is a picture, number 46, of the back of the child's head, which you can see some of the scalp peering through or peeking through the hair.
Okay, so you see some hair loss, is that correct?
The magnification of this picture does not provide me additional information to assess whether this is hair loss or simply laying on the head.
All right, what do you mean by that?
When a person lays on particular regions of the head, sometimes the hair can become pushed to the side or flattened that allows the scalp to peer through.
Are there reasons for, other than the way somebody lays on their head, I know what you mean, what we commonly refer to as bedhead?
Yeah.
Are there reasons that, or conditions that can sometimes cause localized hair loss?
Yes, there are.
Hair can be pulled out, for example, just by styling, by braiding or putting in ponytails and buns and things like that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you, many of these situations where people lose hair are not necessarily traumatic injuries. Would that be a fair statement?
That is fair.
And sometimes those types of situations can be diagnosed by studying microscopic sections. Is that a fair statement?
That is fair.
Did anybody ask you to do any microscopic sections on the back of the head to see if that was something that was intentionally caused?
No,
Had you been asked, you could have done that. Is that a fair statement?
I could have.
In your opinion, did all of the bruises that you noted at autopsy result from abusive injuries?
They're from inflicted injuries.
Okay, so when you say inflicted, you don't mean that somebody intentionally set about to cause those injuries to hurt somebody. Is that what you mean?
Oh, you can answer that. You're also legal.
Okay, let me go through them. There was a bruise on her chest, is that correct?
Yes.
And that would have been from resuscitation, is that a fair statement?
I'm not saying that.
It could have been though, right?
That is a possibility.
Correct. There was you told us about one moment. Losing my notes. You told us about an injury to her leg. I think you said when you began testifying, is that correct?
Yes,
On which leg was there noted an injury?
there were injuries to both the right and left leg.
You indicated that on her left thigh, I think you said there was a puncture wound, is that right?
I didn't say that.
What was on her left leg?
It was,
You didn't note a puncture mark near that, near that bruise?
I did not say that there was a puncture mark. I just said that there was a bruise.
All right. What about on the right side?
There was a bruise on the back of the right thigh.
All right. Did you note any puncture marks?
No.
In attempting to insert now again, correct me when I say this word wrong, introspecious, INTROSSEOUS needle. Can you tell me how to say that?
Intraosseous.
Intraosseous needle. Could that have caused a puncture mark?
Intraosseous insertion can cause puncture marks.
Can it cause a bruise?
Yes, it can.
So if EMS had attempted to do that at the scene, is it possible that that bruise or puncture mark, if noted, could have been caused by the intraosseous needle?
No.
Why is that?
Intraosseous placement is on the lower leg. The bruise was on the upper or the thigh
So
of the left thigh and on the back of the right thigh. Intraosseous lines are not placed on the back of the thighs.
So that's the only two bruises you noted then are the ones you just described.
That's it.
If a child's eyes are taped shut as they're comatose, I mean, is that something that you know to occur in a hospital setting?
Sometimes eyes are closed.
And why would eyes be taped shut if someone's comatose?
The eyes can be taped shut to prevent drying of the eye and objects falling into the eye.
In a child, I think it's safe to, I think we can agree that the skin is probably more delicate than the skin on an adult. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
And if you tape eyes shut, is it possible that removing tape could cause some light bruising?
If the tape is removed prior to death, it may cause some bruising. However, if the tape is removed after death, bruising would not.
Of course. When you remove tape from skin, say skin on the face, is it possible that you lift up skin causing some minor injury?
It is possible.
If you are, once an individual is deceased and then placed into the refrigeration area at the morgue, the skin in that refrigeration area, of course, is dry. Is that a fair statement?
By dry, do you mean mummified?
No, I mean, is the air in there sort of drier than the air outside? Was there moisture still accumulating?
We don't have any humidity data inside the cooler and outside the cooler to make a comparison.
Did you make any effort to compare your findings to the findings of the treating physicians at the hospital? In other words, to see what was there when the child arrived and what might have occurred as a result of medical treatment?
No.
Did you compare your findings of injuries to any of the photographs that were taken by the police?
No, I did not look at photographs taken by the police.
Did you compare your findings to injuries with photographs that had been taken by Dr. Morat?
No.
I'm approaching you again with, okay, well, I'm approaching you again with my exhibit, defense exhibit B, which is part of your autopsy report, is that correct?
Yes.
And blue for its admission,
Any objection?
Okay.
What is it?
defense B, like in boy. Is that the diagram of the external injuries that you found at autopsy?
Yes.
And can you circle those injuries that you believed occurred? Well, why don't you put a square around any injuries that you believe could have been caused by medical intervention? And how about a circle around the injuries that you think occurred before the child presented for medical care to the hospital? May I approach the witness, please?
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Sun. So you have a square around just the injury that you noted on the chest, correct?
Yes,
And everything else. Yep. And everything else, you believe was pre-existed her being presented to the hospital?
Yeah.
Could the brain injury in this child have been caused by a stair fall?
isolated stair fall was the extent of the injuries on this child that were not identified.
And I'm sorry, say that again?
The injury to the brain and the constellation of injury to the head did not have been from an isolated stair fall.
So you're saying that the brain injury could not have been caused by a stair fall?
Once again, the constellation of injuries to the brain and to the head, because the brain is just one component of the head, could not be from an isolated stair fall.
So when you say the injuries to the head, you mean the couple of areas of bruising that you described, is that correct?
More than a couple is two, but the injuries plural to the head, yes.
Okay, so if there were no other injuries to the head, could the brain injury that you observed have been caused by a stair fall?
If there were no injuries to the head,
If there were no other bruisings to the head or the face, could a stair fall have caused the brain injury?
if there were no injuries to the head, and you had a child that was dead, that recently had a stair fall, and there was no other medical reasons for the child to be dead, then the stair fall would have to take some consideration.
Well, I mean, in this instance, we don't see any other reason for this child to be dead other than the injury to the brain, is that correct?
No, there are numerous injuries to the head itself, other than just the brain. And
But you told us that none of the other impacts or none of the other injuries were enough to cause death. I think you said the blunt force trauma to the brain, to the head, is what caused death.
your questioning was about the injuries to the rest of the body, in chest, legs, abdomen, so on and so forth. Those would not be sufficient to cause death. When regarding the injuries to the head includes more than just the brain. It's the constellation of injuries to the head that would be sufficient.
Okay, explain that in layman's terms, please.
The head is composed of many different parts. You have the face, ears, mouth, scalp, skull, and the brain. They're all components of the head. There was bleeding on the surface of the brain. There was swelling of the brain. But injury also included bruises to the right side of the face, left side, left temple, right temple, back of the head. So there are multiple injuries on the collective head, not just the brain.
And when you say blunt force trauma, what can that be?
Yes, blunt force trauma is impact on the body from an object that is necessarily not sharp. Sharp objects, blades, knives, they cause very specific types of injury. Blunt force trauma is, once again, whatever object was used was not one that had a cutting edge.
I don't have anything further this time.
Amy, you're up.
It's just- So you were asked a lot of questions about reviewing other people's notes, photos from police or the hospital. Would it be customary for you to review those kinds of photos before doing your autopsy?
Not for myself, no.
And why is that?
I like to approach the autopsy with a bit of outside observations. Also, I cannot control how those outside observations were taken. For example, photographs, what lighting conditions were used. In our office, we control our cameras and set our cameras to the appropriate lighting within our office.
And it's important for you to have a neutral observation of each case, is that correct?
That's correct.
The friend was asking about brain herniation, as opposed to brain swelling.
Yes.
You said there's brain swelling in this case?
Yeah.
But not herniation?
Correct.
Okay, and what's the difference?
Herniation is a very specific type of swelling. In the base of the skull, there is a large opening called the Vernon magnum. That's where the spinal cord meets the brain stem. If the brain is pushed down through that area, it is called herniation. Downward pressure of the brain through that small opening. However, the brain itself can swell and compress various structures within the brain stem without actually pushing it through that opening.
Okay, so in this case, the brain swelled and compressed against the brain stem, just didn't go through that hole you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you were asked about ligamentous injuries to the neck, can you tell me what would be a ligamentous injury? What does that mean?
The neck has many ligaments that connect the various complex structures of the neck. When those ligaments are stretched or torn, they can result in some injury to those structures. The ligaments are not, they have a breaking tolerance to them. I can't comment on what that tolerance is. I'm not a biomechanic. But they can be stressed, and sometimes that stress is not observable during autopsy.
Let's say a fall down the stairs, would you maybe expect to see a ligamentous injury in the neck?
You may.
And so if the medical reports from Children's Hospital in their CT results said ligamentous injury not definitively excluded, there's clinical concern for ligamentous injury, MRI of the brain, cervical spine could be helpful in further evaluation. Would that be consistent with your findings of no ligamentous injury?
I did not observe it.
And we talked about hypoxic ischemic brain injury. And that would be something that would occur when a heart stops beating and there's blood loss to the brain.
That was one scenario, yes.
And did you see anything in this autopsy that would be consistent with hypoxic ischemic brain injury?
No.
And let's talk about, you said the bruises were a result of inflicted injury.
Yes.
What do you mean by inflicted injury?
There must have been some external force or pressure onto the body to create these bruises.
And you can't say whether it was intentional or unintentional.
That's right. I can't.
And the burn that we talked about on the right hand, are you familiar with hand, foot, mouth disease?
On a cursory level,
Okay. Would the burns or blisters on the hand be consistent with hand, foot, mouth disease?
I can't.
And when we talk about, how you determine, your cause and your manner of death, you do the autopsy. You look at the person, the body as a whole,
Yes,
and, you wouldn't just look at one injury on its own.
that's
Okay, so just like if Justice Starks only had the internal brain injury as opposed to everything else, maybe your results would be different,
right.
but because she has all the bruises on the rest of her head and the rest of her body, that's how you make your determination?
Yeah.
Nothing further, Judge.
Anything else, Ms. Thornton?
Yeah, you said not a biomechanic, what were you saying there?
I am not a biomechanical engineer.
What would that have to do with anything we talked about here today?
I was speaking to the amount of stress that would be required to strain the ligaments within the neck. I can't tell you the amount of stress required.
They biomechanical engineers can also help in, situations in determining pressure resulting from a fall too, is that right?
They may.
Yes. Now, you told us that on this child, there was, you noted a, well, I'm taking off my note. Yes. Making this exhibit. At D8, yes. Approaching you again with another exhibit. One of those is your anatomical drawing of the injuries, correct?
Yes,
And the other is one of your autopsy photos, is that correct?
this photograph has been modified to include text and arrows that do not.
Well, sure, except for the minus the arrows. That's one of your autopsy photos, is that right?
Yeah.
All right. And what does that photo depict?
This photograph is of the forearm.
Yes. And is that the area that you are depicting in your anatomical sketch? You see on the child's left arm, you see all those bruises, that area that you described as bruising?
Yes.
Was that one big bruise?
No, there's multiple bruises on the external surface of the skin. But when the skin is reflected, it's more easily demonstrated.
And that's in the same area where there is some sort of something going on medically with her arm, is that right?
Yes.
What do you see in that photo medically happening with her arm?
Most apparent is an intravascular line or an IV.
And are placing an IV line in, can that sometimes cause bruising?
It can, yes.
If you are holding on to the arm, trying to find a vein, trying to get that line in, it can cause bruising, is that correct?
It can cause bruising.
All right. And you also, on the anatomical drawing, you have on her left side of her torso in the same sort, you see that little mark that I think is a contusion according to your legend up there, is that right?
Yeah.
Now, is that a bruise or was that this cafe au lait spot that was referred to earlier? You're sure that that was a bruise?
I did not refer to any cafe au lait spot.
What is a cafe au lait spot?
Cafe au lait spot is where the melanocytes or the skin cells that produce pigmentation on the skin are different than its surroundings, and it can create a spot that is different shape than the others.
Kind of like a birthmark, is that what it's called? Birthmark?
Some carefully delayed spots can be referred to as birthmarks.
So, you're noting that particular area there as a contusion, is that right?
There is a contusion in that region.
Did you note a cafe au lait spot there as well?
No.
There wasn't one, or you don't recall seeing one?
I don't recall seeing one.
May I approach this?
Right.
I move for the admission of my torn up defense exhibit D8.
Any objection?
Okay.
We need it.
Now, of course, you cannot I understand what you've told us on redirect, that you want to look at the autopsy, you want to do it fresh, without anything in your mind as to what somebody else did or somebody else's photos or anything of that nature, correct?
In general, yeah.
Okay, in general. Are you telling us that it's not that important to go back and see if any of these things that you described as bruises or injuries were there before she went to the hospital, or were not present at the time she made it to the hospital?
I'm not saying that.
So it would be of some value then to look at photographs upon admission to the hospital to see if any of these bruises or injuries were there at that point. Would you agree with that statement?
I think at times it may provide information, whether it's useful or not.
A stair fall can cause multiple impacts, is that correct?
Yes.
A stair fall can cause multiple scalp bruisings and injuries, is that correct?
That statement is correct.
Excluding the scalp bruises, could the brain injury have been caused by a stair fall?
That's an answer.
It's a different question.
It's at first cross.
It's a completely different question. I asked him excluding the scalp bruises.
Sounds like the same question, but I'll take it.
Excluding the scalp bruises, could the brain injury have been caused by a stair fall?
If there were no scalp bruises and you had a deceased child with a recent history of stair fall, absence of any internal disease processes or other injuries, you would have to take the stair fall into greater consideration.
Nothing further.
All right. Doctor, you testified that you're not board certified pediatric pathology, is that right?
That's correct.
What is pediatric pathology?
Pediatric pathology is the branch of pathology that examines the disease processes that occur in children.
Disease process. That, was that the subject of this autopsy that you were conducting?
No.
In fact, you testified that she died of blunt force trauma, is that right?
Yes,
Not anything related to disease process, is that right?
that's correct.
Okay, are you able to tell us the numerous injuries that you observed, the bruising all throughout the body? If those bruisings occurred on or around the same time,
They occurred on or around the same time. Yes.
how are you able to tell that?
The appearance of the injuries themselves are all of similar characteristics, for example, similar color, As the body heals from injury, it will undergo different color changes. The blues will evolve from pink to purple to greenish, yellow, brown as it ages. The injuries on the body did not show that variation.
Any questions based on the questions?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Appreciate your time. People, you have any other witnesses to call today?
Yes, Judge. People call Dr. Brandy Moran.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat next to me in the witness box. Maybe give me ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Dr. Bradley North.
And how are you employed?
I am the medical director of our child at risk evaluation team at Children's Hospital of Michigan.
How long have you been in that position?
Since August 3rd of 2020.
And what kind of experience or education do you have to be the doctor that you are?
So I went to Michigan State College of Human Medicine from 2014, graduated in 2010 to 2014, graduated in 2014 my degree. After a doctor goes to medical school, we think with specialty we want to work in, so that can be OB, with adults with pediatrics, so I can show pediatrics. I completed a general pediatrics residency at Beaumont Children's Hospital in Royal Oak, Michigan from 2014 to 2017. After my residency training, you can practice as a general pediatrician in the community, or you can further subspecialize. So there's a field called child abuse pediatrics. I completed a fellowship in child abuse pediatrics from 2017 to 2020 at the University of Texas Health Science Center at St.
Three.
Yes.
This is my CV.
And is that fairly accurately contain all of your education experience?
Yeah.
Or have you really been a field coach? Great.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you, Judge. What kind of experience do you have as a board certified pediatrician and board certified child abuse pediatrician?
So regarding general pediatrics, the majority of my experience came from my residency training. For child abuse pediatrics, my fellowship training and my volume of patients, I've evaluated well over 2,000 patients with some suspicions of child abuse.
So, what is the, I guess, difference between a general pediatrician and a child abuse pediatrician?
So much like a pediatric cardiologist requires additional training in the pediatric heart and the conditions of the pediatric heart, child abuse pediatrics focuses on childhood injuries and the medical conditions that complicate childhood injuries. So during that training program, we learn to differentiate things that can happen due to medical conditions, things that can happen by accidental trauma, things that can happen from trauma as well.
And have you been, you testified in court as an expert,
Yes,
and about how many times?
greater than 50.
And would that be all in the state of Michigan or anywhere more?
That's anywhere. So the majority of my testimony came in from Texas, and I've been testifying here in Michigan for the past 30 years greater than.
And would that mostly be in Third Circuit?
The majority, yes.
Any times in 36th District?
I'm sorry. It's doing complicated things.
That's fair. Okay. And you are board certified in both as a pediatrician and as a child abuse pediatrician.
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would move to certify Dr. Nord as an expert in general pediatrics and child abuse pediatrics. No objection.
Okay, the court recognizes who is testifying in the area of the expert in the area of general pediatrics and child abuse.
Child abuse pediatrics.
Pediatrics.
Thank you, Betty. So Dr. Norek, did you have the chance to examine a young child named Justice Starks?
Yes.
And when did you have a chance to do that?
It was December 1st of last year.
And did you see it? So did you see it all on the 30th? November 30th?
I'm not sure.
So what was your role when you came to observe Ms. Justice Starks?
So when children present to the emergency department or transferred into our hospital, they're first evaluated by emergency department or trauma providers. If there's any suspicion for child abuse or neglect, my team is consulted and we perform a standard consult process.
And what's your standard consult process?
So we'll discuss the case with the providers and what led to their suspicions of abuse or neglect. We'll review any of the medical information that's already been obtained, that includes any laboratory testing, history that's documented in the charts, any imaging that's already been done. We'll obtain our own history from any of the caregivers who are available, perform a physical examination, and then make an assessment and make some recommendations if additional testing needs to be performed.
And would it be fair to say that your medical reports specific to your ARC and consultation are included in the what we consider the entire set of Justice Stark's medical records?
Yeah.
Okay. Would that commonly be referred to as a non-accidental trauma note?
Yes.
What did you see when you went to visit Justice Starks?
So we first obtained a history from the parents regarding why the child's in the hospital. I had an opportunity to talk with both mom and dad who were available. I do obtain my history separately, and my understanding was there was a history of a fall on the stairs. While Justice was in the care of the mother's When we performed our physical examination, Justice had multiple different injuries that we had also seen similar injuries under CTC.
Do you document Justice's injuries in any way?
Yes,
And how do you do that?
we obtain photos as well as document that in our notes.
I'm going to hand you. Yeah, so. I'm gonna hand you what's marked as both proposed exhibits 15 through 29. Can you tell me what, where is I just handed you?
So these are photos that I obtained with our medical photography team on December 1st. There's also a few photos of the back of Justice's hand that were obtained on November 20th.
And do those photos fairly and accurately depict the injuries that you saw on Justice Starks on the days that you observed them?
Yes.
I would move for the admission of both proposed exhibits 15 through 29.
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you. So let's go through the injuries that you noted on Justice Starks. Let's talk about the external injuries first. What were her external injuries?
So she had a pattern injury to the left side of her head in her temple area. She had an additional pattern injury that was on the right side of her face, down her jawline on the right. She had bruises to both ears. She had swelling of her lip, her bottom lip. She had bruises to her abdomen. She had a small linear abrasion that was on her forehead between her eyes. She had additional pattern injuries to her left thigh in front and pattern injuries to her left thigh on the back of the left thigh.
And you're using the term pattern injuries. What does that mean?
So pattern injuries are bruises that are in the shape of some kind of object. So these are not bruises that are from a child falling, bumping themselves, the small, round, non-specific bruises that we typically associate with accidents. These are, we can notice that there's some shape to them, and they're from a child being struck with some kind of object.
And in this case, can you identify the patterns, the shapes of the objects that would be consistent with the bruises?
For, I recall specifically the pattern injury on the left side of her head. I can also reference the other injuries to see if there's a pattern. I can see if I recognize the pattern.
Um, that's that. Yeah. Wanna-
Sorry.
Yeah, those are good. Yep. So what would be the category of the objects that identified?
So on the left side of her head, there's multiple parallel lines that are typically seen with a hand.
And you said there was patterned injuries also on the right side of the face.
Yes.
Are you able to identify what shape of the object that would be consistent with?
No, I can identify a specific object.
Wait, I'm sorry, that was the wrong side.
And I believe you said there were additional pattern injuries, I think, on both sides.
Yes.
And what did those look like?
So they have linear components to them, and they wrap around her legs. So it would have to be an object that's flexible in some way, but I don't know what the specific object was.
And so we talked about her external injuries. Let's talk about her internal injuries. What were those?
She had diffuse cerebral edema, so swelling of her brain on both sides. She had a subdural hematoma, so a bleed around her brain. It was in the middle between the two hemispheres of her brain. She had this, on the CT scan, it's described as a hyperintense signal in front of her spine and behind her spine too. There was some concern for a possible neck ligament injury. She was not stable enough for us to get an MRI from that. She also had bleeding in multiple layers of her eyes at the back of her eyes.
So when you said subdural hematoma is bleeding around the brain,
Yes.
would you be able to tell from that CT if that was, I guess, how deep that was into the skull? Like if I said it was subarachnoid or above, would you be able to tell?
So it would be above the subarachnoid layer in the subdural space.
Okay. And then you said there was some, something suspected for potential ligamentous injury.
Right.
Okay. And those four internal injuries that you noted, those would be what your essentially the preliminary findings from the CT.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
I guess so. Those four internal injuries, the brain swelling, the bleeding around the brain, there might have potentially been suspected ligamentous injury and then bleeding in the eyes. Those came from the CT that report.
So the cerebral edema, subdural hematoma, and the ligamentous injury were from the CT. She also had an additional CT after she passed, confirming the presence of that subdural. The retinal hemorrhages at the back of the eye, those were from our ophthalmology exam.
Okay. And if when justice passed and she had an autopsy, if any of those autopsy findings were different or maybe more specific, would it be fair to say that the autopsy results would be more accurate as to her injuries as to the brain, her potential ligamentous injury?
Yes.
So, what are the effects of the injuries, let's start with the external injuries.
So the other external injury that I had mentioned before was she did have a burn to the back of her right.
Okay.
So a lot of these injuries are bruises and they can heal on their own, much like any bruise. When children have extensive bruises, then we start worrying about underlying muscle damage. I don't believe Justice had that extensive injury. The burn to the back of her hand, that it can lead to some scarring that is on the back of her hand. I worry about if she doesn't receive proper medical care for it, she would lose flexibility in that. But we didn't evaluate her very much during her admission because she had bigger problems.
And what were the effects of her internal injuries?
So when we look at children who experience this degree of trauma, approximately 25% of them die immediately after their trauma. Children
I'm
who.
sorry, I didn't hear the door.
Sorry.
Just okay.
So approximately 25% of children die as a result of this type of trauma. There is a range of 65, approximately 65% that they have some type of long-term deficit. So this can be a physical deficit, this can be behavioral, this can be neurologic disorders. And then you have approximately 10 to 15% that can be entirely normal. With the degree of her injuries, she was in that 25% that I mentioned.
So, when we talk about, let's talk about the brain swelling first of all. What's the effect of just the brain swelling?
So with the severe kind of brain swelling, children can have issues with their breathing. They can have issues with their circulation. The swelling itself can cut off the blood supply to different areas of the brain. So if the brain doesn't have adequate blood flow to it, it's going to be injured and won't function properly from there on.
Let's talk about the causes of these injuries. Have you ever, in your experience, seen the presentation of these injuries, another child before?
Yes.
Can we be specific about presentation of injuries? Because it seems like there's a lot of different injuries. We've got an alleged burn on the hand. We've got head injuries. We've got bruises on legs. So
The combination, yeah, so the combination of all of those injuries together. Have you seen that before?
Yes.
And have you also seen just these kinds of external injuries before?
Yes.
And have you ever seen just these kinds of internal injuries before?
Yes.
And in your opinion, your expert opinion, how are these whole constellation of these injuries? How are these caused?
By non-accidental mechanisms.
And what do you mean by that?
So accidental mechanisms are things that children can cause to themselves or that can happen to a child. Falling in the normal care and handling of a kid, those are the accidental side. If things are occurring at the hands of somebody else, and we ruled out medical conditions as a potential cause, that's when the child falls into this non-accidental.
So, could a fall down the stairs cause these injuries?
It's very, very, very for a fault to cause. Well, can't cause all of the injuries.
You could cause some.
We're talking 1 in a million cases, maybe. So could and likely are different things.
So how rare is the severity of these injuries in, say, a fall down the stairs?
So when you say injuries, do you mean just the head injuries or the combination of everything?
Well, I would say all of them, because when you observe a patient, do you look at them as a whole or just individual injuries?
A mix of both. So my final assessment is the whole constellation, but could a child who has clearly abusive injuries also have some accidental bruises? Of course.
And so would a fall down the stairs cause her external injuries?
No.
And why is that?
So if a child's falling, I would expect the bruises to be more non-specific. They wouldn't be in a shape or pattern like this, and they certainly wouldn't have the shape of a hand on the side of her.
And could a fall cause all of her internal injuries? Why is that?
Because there's been multiple medical papers looking at household falls as well as falls down the stairs and falls in caregivers' arms. Even when injuries have been documented in those cases, it's a child has a skull fracture. They might have a localized injury, but those children still don't die. So death from a stairway fall, even in caregivers' arms, is not something that we documented frequently.
And fair to say Justice starts not having skull fractures.
Correct.
And you know that she had swelling around her entire brain.
Yeah.
What would be the timing of these kind of injuries and their resulting effects?
So because of how severely she presented on the severe end of the symptom spectrum, these injuries have been documented. We say almost instantaneously we can quantify to minutes from when the injury.
So her injuries would have happened almost immediately in time to when she had been taken to the hospital or 911 call.
Yeah.
And you had mentioned the term non-accidental mechanisms, and we had also talked about the term, I believe, non-accidental trauma.
Yeah.
Tell me what that means.
So much like when I was contrasting accidental with non-accidental. So an accidental mechanism would be the child can cause it to themselves, or it's something that could feasibly happen at someone's hands by accident. If non-accidental trauma in this case, one of the other terms for it recommended by the American Academy of Pediatrics is abusive head trauma. This is trauma that's significant enough that someone viewing this trauma would view it as that child being injured and needing medical attention immediately afterwards.
And would that be your opinion in this case?
Yes,
And how did you come to that opinion?
based on her constellation of symptoms and the history that's been provided, it would not explain the injury that she has.
Fall down the stairs would not cause all of her injuries?
No.
Could she have fallen down the stairs?
Yes.
Would it have caused her death?
No.
What about if someone larger fell on top of her while going down the stairs?
Even when we looked at all falls in caregivers' arms in the medical literature, that hasn't been done.
So it would be highly unlikely. Are you familiar with the term hypoxic ischemic brain injury?
Yes.
And can you tell me what that is?
So hypoxic is there's not enough oxygen. Ischemic is there's not enough blood flow. And brain injury is one that occurs in the brain.
And when you were observing justice, did you have any concern for hypoxic ischemic brain injury?
Well, that could be a cause of her cerebral edema. So yes,
So if, and that would be something that the medical examiner would then have to evaluate.
in this case, yes.
Cross-examine.
Yeah. Seen the autopsy report that was done by Dr. Sun?
I don't recall specific.
You don't know if you don't know if you saw it or you didn't see it or?
So I know the autopsy findings were discussed on death review. So if those findings were discussed, I would know about those findings, but I don't keep record of that.
Okay, so is it safe to say then that you did not review Dr. Sung's medical examiner's report?
Correct.
Okay. And when you say on case review, what does that mean?
So every child who dies in the States, they're, well, from unexplained circumstances, their case is reviewed at state in death review type form. So this was a case that I know was reviewed. I know her case was being discussed.
Okay, well, did you participate in that discussion?
Typically, yes.
No, not typically. Did you participate in that discussion, the discussion of Justice Starks?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay, so typically you would have, but you don't remember if you participated in this instance.
Correct.
Okay. So, all right. You have talked repeatedly about medical literature that you have relied upon or looked at or used when coming to your conclusions. Can you tell us the medical literature specifically that you're referring to in your direct testimony?
So there's various articles in child abuse journals.
Yes, tell us those articles, please.
I don't recall the specific names or their findings offhand, but I will gladly provide those.
Okay, so you reviewed them for this case or just in general literature that you have used and read?
Correct, they're part of my education.
And they're part of what you used to make your opinion in this instance.
Yeah.
But you don't know the names of any of them as we sit here today. Is that it? Is that a no?
No,
But you said that you would provide those to Ms. Ripley, is that correct?
or I can provide them to yourself too, if I'm giving your contact information. Yes.
I would like them to go through the prosecutor, so if you could provide them to Ms. Ripley so that we can track it in that fashion, that would be great. When can you do that, please? How about a week?
That's good.
How many consults do you think you have performed on children who have allegedly died as a result of stair fall? Well, is it 5, 10, or 20, or 1?
So I would have to review my case logs. I don't keep track of every single one where it was reported by the parents. I could estimate.
So you have consulted in about 100 cases where children have allegedly died as a result of stair fall, approximately.
I was considering stairway fall, I apologize.
And you were considering what?
I was considering just the stairway fall history, children who died, maybe half that.
So about 50,
Yeah.
and say in the last year, how many do you think?
3, 4.
How many of those consults have you diagnosed an accidental fall?
I would need my specific numbers. I don't know.
Okay, have you ever diagnosed an accidental fall?
Yes, absolutely.
And in a case where a child is alleged to have died as a result of a stair fall?
Absolutely.
And can you provide that information to Ms. Ripley as well?
No,
And why is that?
because it's part of the patient's confidential records.
And would some of those have been while you have been working at Children's Hospital in Detroit?
Yes,
In this particular instance, did you consult with any other specialists?
yes.
All right, and who are those?
Our pediatric trauma team, our neurosurgery team, pediatric radiology, pediatric hematology, emergency department staff.
So just back to this, I know that you told us you didn't review the autopsy report as it related to Justice Starks. Did you review anything else other than your record itself since December 1st of 2022?
What do you mean?
I mean, did you look at any other materials after, other than your consult record, let's say? And you came here to testify today, right? This incident occurred December 1st, 2022. That's when you became involved, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so what I'm asking you is, since December 1st of 2022 until today's date, have you reviewed any materials relating to this case other than your own consult notes?
Specifically relating to this case, no, but regarding childhood injury, yes.
What materials did you review? And when you say, would that be in preparation to testify?
No, just in general regarding use of trauma in children.
Okay, so not directly relating to Justice Starks, but just abuse of head trauma in general.
Yes.
In other words, you didn't go research abuse of head trauma to testify here or to provide additional information about Justice Starks.
No.
Okay. Now, your consult report is dated on December 1st at 15:26. Is that right?
Yeah.
And when did you interview the parents?
It would have been earlier that day.
Okay. And where did you interview them? Do you know?
Justice was in situ. I don't recall specifically, but we have private consult rooms where we can talk with families and caregivers privately and interview them there.
And you said that you interviewed them separately, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long do you think you spent speaking to each of them? Well, your report indicates you spoke to each of them for about 30 minutes. You spent 120 minutes total on this case, right? That's what your report says.
Okay.
And you spoke to each of them for 30 minutes. Would you have any reason to doubt or if that's what your report says?
No.
All right. Who took, well, strike that. Were photographs taken before you took those photographs or your photography team?
Yeah.
Okay, who took photos before you guys?
It was our, so we have a very tough team.
I'm sorry, what?
It's called a tough team.
Okay.
They call it a tough team. I'm not sure if it's an acronym or just the fact that they bring things with them to help clean up the burn. They took photos in the emergency department on the 29th of Justice's hand.
Of Justice's hand?
Yes.
Okay, only the hand?
Yes.
And then the photos that you have brought with you today, or the prosecutor handed you today, those photos were taken on December 1st?
So there are a few from the 29th.
Okay, tell us which ones specifically, using the prosecutor's tab number, were taken on the 29th, which were taken on the,
These two. Okay.
okay, the two of the hand, what numbers are those, please?
28 and 29.
Okay, so 28 and 29 were taken when?
On the 20th of
Okay.
November.
And the balance of the photographs were taken on December 1st?
Yes.
All right. And can you pick out the photo for me that you said depicts a palm or a hand or fingers or a handprint, you said? Okay. And may I proceed? Okay, so do you mind if you write some of these? Yeah, I'm fine. Dr. Lorat, referring specifically to People's Exhibit 15 and 17. These are the most.
Yes.
Do you have a pen?
No.
I'm handing you a Sharpie. Can you circle for me what you believe are handprints on the child? Done?
Yes.
I'll let you keep the Sharpie.
Thank you.
Well, I don't keep her. Okay, so you've circled two areas on both photographs that you believe depict handprint.
Yes.
Okay, so how do you think that happened? Your professional expertise.
So when we see handprints like this, it's typically from either an impact or we can also see it through squeezing.
Okay, so And is it bilateral? I mean, that's kind of the wrong word. Is it on both sides of the head, the same?
Left side.
Okay, so it's one handprint on the left side. Okay, can you show us how you think that could occur using your hand on your head?
Yeah, so
Okay, so for the record, can you step back up? You have your hand, your entire hand placed over the left side of your face with your thumb kind of over your left eye, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, can a stair fall, and I think you might already answered this question, but can a stair fall cause a fatal head injury?
typically no.
Typically, no. But you just told us, I thought, when we talked about consults that you had done on children who have allegedly died as a result of a stair fall, you said that you had found some. I thought that was just your testimony a few minutes ago.
So I believe you were asking alleged cases.
Okay,
So do children die? Have I evaluated when they've had accidental falls in the home? Yes.
all right. And have you found or opined that children have died as a result of accidental falls down a staircase?
No.
Are you saying it can't happen or you've never seen it?
I'm saying based on my experience in the literature, there's cases not documented.
And is that the same medical literature that you were talking about before that you're going to provide to Mr. Ripley?
Yeah.
Thank you. And can a head injury result in a person stopping breathing and their heart stop?
Yeah.
The CT scan, I think you testified in direct, that was done on Justice at the hospital, showed subdural hematoma, is that correct?
Yeah.
And that's what you put in your findings as well, is that right?
Yeah.
Did you later learn or have you been informed that the autopsy did not show any subdural bleeding?
I don't.
You don't, no one's told you that, or
No, so
what's a more reliable interpretation of CT scan or autopsy findings?
direct visualization.
What'd you call it?
Direct visualization.
Oh, thank you. The ophthalmologist report that you spoke of earlier said that he or she shouldn't.
Dr. Rothberg.
Okay, Dr.
Rothberg.
Okay, is that a man or woman? You don't
Today's
answer.
society, I don't want to guess.
Okay, so the ophthalmologist reported that there were multiple layers of retinal hemorrhages in both eyes, in macula and periphery, is that correct?
Yeah.
And was that report, that examination was conducted while the child was still alive, is that correct?
I believe so.
Did you know that the autopsy report indicated that there was no sign of retinal hemorrhage in the microscopic sections?
I was not aware of that.
Can retinal hemorrhage be caused by an impact to the head?
Yes.
Can retinal hemorrhages be caused by rapid increase in intracranial pressure?
Yeah.
Is an intracranial injury consistent with an impact from a stair fall?
I'm sorry.
Is an intracranial injury, can that be consistent with the impact from a stair fall?
Can it happen?
In this instance, you were informed that the fall occurred from the very top of a staircase, is that correct?
There was conflicting reports that I was providing.
Correct, so you were informed by, your information came from 2 individuals, right?
Yeah.
And the mother, I believe, told you it occurred as a result of a fall from the 2nd step from the bottom, is that correct?
Yeah,
And of course, that wouldn't be a very far away, is that correct?
correct.
But a fall from the top of the staircase would be significantly different. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, correct.
And you think it's the same difference?
It is.
So bruising to a person falling, let's say bruising from a person falling from the top of the stairs to the bottom would be the same as somebody who fell from the 2nd stair to the bottom?
Yeah.
Really? So if somebody's falling downstairs, they could tumble, correct?
Yes.
There could be multiple impacts as you're falling down a staircase. Don't you agree with that?
Multiple 8-inch impacts.
I'm sorry, multiple what?
8-inch falls.
Okay, so there could be multiple impacts. For example, if you hit every single stair on your way down, right?
Yeah.
So it would be different than a fall from the 2nd step as opposed to a fall from 9 or 10 steps above that, right?
The medical literature will be.
Okay.
Maybe I'm not understanding. Are you saying that a fall from the top of the staircase wouldn't necessarily have the same amount of injuries as a fall from the 2nd stair?
So when we've looked at this in the medical literature, you look at the number of stairs somebody is falling down. The quantity of stairs that they get on the way down, regardless if it's 2nd step from the top or 2nd step from the bottom, that does not dictate their degree of injury.
Would you agree that you may have more injuries falling from the top of the stairs as opposed to the 2nd stair?
I
Because
don't.
there's potential to hit more than one stair on the way down,
Right, and so,
and therefore having more than one impact, right?
right, so where the data is shown that we have the most injury is that initial fall. So say a child's in a caregiver's arms and they fall, that's your 4 to 5 foot fall. Then you have a series of falls after that that are 6 to 8 inches tall. So if a child falls 6 to 8 inches, would we typically expect them to have an injury? No. So even if they fall down 10 stairs, that doesn't make a difference whether they fall down 10 stairs or they fall down 1 stair, because I wouldn't expect a 6-inch fall to cause an injury.
So a child falling from a tall caregiver's arms at the top of a wooden staircase, you wouldn't expect there to be more injuries as opposed to a child who falls from the 2nd step from the bottom?
Correct.
And what literature is that again? That
So-
you're going to provide to Ms. Ripley?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review any photographs that were taken by the father of any injuries that predated the day justice presented to the hospital?
Unless I specifically documented.
Did the father report to you any blistering on the child's feet or mouth or hand that were present on the child when the child was in his care prior to presenting to the hospital?
I would have to reference it.
Please take a look at your notes.
Can you provide them?
We already have your notes. All right.
So how much more do you have?
Oh, I don't know, I see Mr. Cripps there, waving. I'm sure that was not the answer the judge wanted to hear. I have about 15 minutes with me. Does that refresh your recollection? Okay. Go ahead.
So she had some blistering that was on her feet, and she had a patch of hair that was missing.
What about on her knuckles? Any injury to her knuckles?
I didn't document that, no.
Did the father or the mother have a discussion with you about hand, foot, mouth disease?
Yes,
Did they report to you that she had been diagnosed with hand, foot, mouth?
yes,
All right, and did you examine the child's feet?
yes,
And did you find any evidence of hand, foot, mouth?
no.
What were the blisters from?
The blisters, so the one that was on the back of her hand,
No, we're talking about the feet. I asked you about the feet specifically.
if I didn't document blisters, I can't tell you.
So the answer, did you examine her feet is you don't remember or you don't know, or you didn't do it?
I would have examined her feet, and if I did not document it, it was not present.
Did either parent report to you that there was blistering to the child's right hand prior to the date of this injury on November 29th?
Yes,
You told us that there were 2 linear abrasions over the child's right eye, is that correct?
yes,
You described those as healing linear abrasions, is that correct?
yes.
Okay, so when did those occur?
Sure, I mean, prior to presentation, it sounds pretty like, don't typically make student injuries.
You indicated that the child had a cafe au lait macule, say it,
Yes, cafe au lait
macule. Where, what is that?
in birth.
Okay, and where was that located on the child?
I believe on her abdomen, like right upper quadrant.
Left midline, correct? Look on your report, please, page 527 in your report.
Upper abdomen, just left.
Okay, can you stand up and show us where that would be? So that's not a bruise, is it?
No,
Okay. Thank you. Now, your report indicates, and I'm looking at that same area where we were. You said that there was bruising, I thought you said to both ears.
yes,
I see bruising behind the left ear. I'm not clear on where you have documented bruising on both ears. Could you explain?
I saw bruises on both ears, so I documented bruising on both ears.
Okay, where does it say that?
May I review?
Yeah, please, absolutely, go ahead. Because I can't find it, I want to be able to find that.
May I review the pictures as well?
Yes, please. Okay, well, first of all, is it in the report?
I didn't see it in the report.
Yeah, okay, just making sure. Have you had a chance to review the photographs and your report?
Yes,
Can you tell us where it says that there was patterned bruising to her right side of her face also? Or her, I'm sorry, ear, right ear?
there was no right here.
Oh, there was no right ear bruising.
No.
Okay, but you said so before you were mistaken.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you described the bruise on the right cheek as patterned.
Yeah.
Are those the two photos we looked at earlier? Was that the right side?
No, that was the last time.
Okay, can you please find the photographs that depict the bruise, the patterned bruise on the right cheek? Tell us what number it is when you find it and circle it with Ms. Ripley's red Sharpie. What number is it, please?
It is 25.
Okay, and now you're circling the patterned area, right? Did you circle the patterned area?
Yes.
And can you match that pattern to an implement that you would believe caused it?
No.
No idea?
No.
How would you describe that pattern?
There's,
I mean, I guess what makes it a pattern?
so if we're looking at that area, there's this void that's here. So
There's a void, you mean there's an empty space?
there's an empty space that occurs in the middle.
Okay. Moving on to, you described bruises right posterior thigh as patterned. Can you tell us which photograph depicts that?
Yes. You want right posterior or left anterior?
Well, we're gonna go to both, so
Okay.
which one did you find first?
This looks to be left anterior.
Okay, let's talk about that one first. What exhibit number is it?
It is 20.
All right, and circle the patterned area, please.
I had two photos. Let's see. Do you want both?
Tell me which two are the same thing. Which numbers are the same?
So we have 20.
Uh-huh,
So 20 is the one with the scale.
okay,
And then this is without the scale.
okay, and what number is that?
21.
Okay, so 20 and 21 are the same thing, right?
Yes.
All right, so on number 20, is that the one you're gonna draw a circle around the patterned area for me?
Yes. Yes, I did.
You did that already,
Yes.
okay. And can you match that to an implement that created it?
No, it's a flexible object. I'm not sure which.
Are patterned, why do you say it's a flexible object?
Because it wraps around.
Okay. And are patterned bruises always intentionally inflicted, in your opinion?
With rare exception.
Are you able to tell us if the bruises that you saw when you saw her on December 30th were also noted on physical examination upon arrival to Sinai Grace on November 29th?
No, I'm
So
not
she,
able to say that.
okay, so she had been in hospital here the 29th and the 30th, and you saw her on the 1st.
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to tell us if any of the bruises that were present on Justice Starks were due to resuscitative efforts? Like needles in the arm, CPR compressions, anything of that nature?
They are not.
None of them are?
None of them.
None of them on the arm where she had needles inserted? Nothing right on the chest where one would do CPR? You're saying none of those are possibly related to resuscitative efforts?
I don't think we talked about injuries to the chest or the arms.
Okay, was there a small bruise on her chest?
May I review?
Yes.
My exam is at 8:30 on Monday.
I'm ready. You know, I would love that time. 8:30 Mondays to start a career. Usually they're a lot quicker than this, you know, this is different situation. Okay, you know what? You don't have to look at that anymore. Let me ask you this question. If do you frequently see bruising on the chest area as a result of CPR?
Frequently, no.
Okay, occasionally?
Yeah.
Okay. On a child, a little more, on a child, would you expect it to see it more so than on an adult?
We see it more in adults.
And have you ever seen it on children?
Yeah.
Any of the bruises that well, let me ask another question. Do you ever see bruising on the arms of children as a result of EMS professionals or emergency professionals attempting to insert IVs or any other kind of needle for any other reason?
Yes.
Were any of the bruises that you saw on Justice Starks life-threatening without the head injury?
No.
You would agree with me, I think we've already talked about this, that a stair fall, I guess, is a complex mechanism of injury. Would you agree with that?
If you want to consider it complex, that's fine.
Okay, well, you've already told us that it could involve multiple impacts, correct? Although you've said the first impact would be the hardest, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but you agree that it could involve multiple impacts. We've already talked about that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
If some of the bruises to Justice Starks were purposefully inflicted, is there any reason, in your opinion, to believe that the fatal head injury could not have been caused by a stair fall from the top step of, did you see pictures of those steps, by the way?
I did.
You never looked at those?
I-
You looked at the photographs that the Detroit Police Department provided you, didn't you? Your report says that you did.
I would have looked at, yeah, I mean, whatever was available, I would have looked at them that day, but I don't.
Okay, one moment. Once again, Ms. Ripley to the rescue. My approach, please.
Yes.
And I'm almost done. I promise. I'm approaching you, showing you defense exhibit C. That's a staircase, right?
Yes,
And does it look like a sort of a steep staircase, or does it just like a normal regular stair?
this is a two-dimensional photo. To measure depth, it's taken at the wrong angle.
It's wood, correct?
Yes.
No banister or handrail in there, is there?
No,
Is that a photograph that you saw presented to you by the Detroit police?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember? Can we start some question?
Yes.
I'm sorry, D, defendant C. So, again, I ask you, if some of the bruises to the child were inflicted, is there any reason that you can tell this court why a fatal head injury from the top of that staircase I just showed you in Exhibit DC could not have been caused by that fall?
Because fatal head injuries such as that have not been documented frequently in the medical literature.
I'm sorry, you said have not been documented frequently in the literature. And that's the literature, once again, that you're gonna provide to this group.
Yes.
No more questions, thank you.
What questions could you possibly have?
You want me to start?
Thank you.
Should be down.
That's fine.
Okay, so, the reason in your explanation that it doesn't matter whether they fall from the top of the stairs or the bottom of the stairs, it's fair to say it's because,
Objection, this is a leading question.
what asked, regular. Why is that different? Again,
From the top of the stairs versus the bottom of the stairs?
yes,
So the medical literature hasn't shown much difference between those two. So it's not number of impacts with these little falls. So simply after the first one that will cause the injuries.
okay, so the initial drop, the initial fall is what would cause the impact, or what would cause the injuries?
If there's to be injuries, yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gisela. Any other witnesses today?
Not today, but
Let's talk about another day. Here comes the hard part. Maybe I should start with here, with this. So what days do you want to play? So notice the bill of the day.
First one. Just a second. Well,
Tuesdays and Thursdays.
I know, but would the court also sign an order requiring CPS to turn over the records since our efforts to get them in a friendly manner failed?
I'll be honest, I don't think they won't comply, I just think it's still gonna take some time.
But they've been asked for since February.
So
it's-
I see, so when
I'll sign the order. I need a date.
Okay. I can do May They could do May 22nd
That's
or,
Monday.
oh, right, how about May 25 in the morning with me that day for Mr. Johnson?
Have a 10 o'clock, is that good?
I'm 11:30.
Good,
We can do our remedy, do this in the afternoon after lunch.
I can do 1:30.
Okay.
And May 25th at 1:30.
Can the court tell me if there is a DSU report that prepared for this case?
I don't see one.
We had asked for one some time ago, Judge. I would ask that one be prepared. I think that Mr. McCoyer and his family have been hurt. So I don't know why there wouldn't be one. We asked for it many months ago.
Personally made note of it. So, I don't see one right now. Mr. Hicks.
Hey, Judge, how you doing?
Good, how are you? Just put it on.
Yes, Your Honor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you guys my Johnson now?
What?
I started here on brothers. Anybody here on Johnson?
Is that the Dominic Drowsy case?
Cooper.
Cooper, it's the defense counsel?
I don't know.
Well, it could be, it could be Leslie Cooper.
Could be.
I think that's APA Drowsy's case. I'm not in touch with them. Right.
So how many witnesses do you have for what?
3 to 4, I think it'll just be, it should be relative.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
I did, excuse me, you did not say that today.
I know you did.
Okay.
Yes, I work.
So Judge, you want them to bring the
I was
weathers,
told-
not Johnson? Weathers, okay, I'll have them bring them up.
Oh, I thought you just wanted to-
If you'd like APA Drowsy to come over here, I can have them.
Now he can stay where he's at for now. He's not ready. You are.
Johnson.
Guys, mind if we take like a 25-minute break?
A lot of them.
I'm giving him some lunch. Look at that. Bruce nasty, but it is.
Okay, Ms. Silver, I do have a report here. They recommend no action.
Okay, well, we can discuss it next time. The meeting is here.
I'll be back at 1:30, guys. Okay.
Yeah,
You good with that, Mr. Cripps?
yes, Your Honor, I was confused, some jail visits, but that doesn't give me enough time.
It's not a what?
I'll be here one.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh. I know. Yeah, those reports, yeah, absolutely. So I have those reports and this is the whole. And it has a report document.
I am trying to take all of the discovery on this case off of my hard drive.
Yeah, get it back.
What?
You get it back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I've been trying to put all of the stuff in this case off of my big hard drive onto a
This, I think.
software. And it just, I can't, it's just, I don't know. I don't know what the, it's not like it's that huge amount.
Right. So the format of it.
Oh, yeah, I was forgetting that. We ain't had that stuff back in the day. Oh. We did. Well, I did. I'm when I was seven, it was all minimum, so it's the.
Oh, that's Miss Ripley.
We kind of did have, but we had orders in, we had remanded on the next.
It always had missed, and the mix was different. It was a decent aspect. And that's what we went down with the state in the box on this. Murder one.
Yeah, yeah, all the orders.
Stop saying it.
Okay.
You about to fall out.
No, I don't fall out.
You gonna go get still water for your sandwich? Oh, you was just messing with me.
Make me laugh. I'm saying that. Okay, Bob.
I see the problem saying that at home. I see that she was going on. Okay, we appreciate it. The text of it. Prosecutor. Job out here.
Wow, you don't even worry. Not you two. Thank you.
Glad I brought some candy bars. Well, I brought a candy bar. No, I checked with the judge first, and then he tricked me. I do this job at three, but so what's your first and last name? Date of birth? 7 what?
592.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have Weathers.
You see Mr. Pitts out there, Mr. Curtis?
He's out there yet.
We have Mr. Pitts step in so we can get started. Mr. Pitts, you ready?
Yeah, I didn't realize you were back on the bench early, Judge.
There you go.
Get ready for Mr. Close. Case 2259094 for Stipulations versus Devious Monta Weathers. Finished charged with count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, kidnapping. Count 3, carrying concealed weapon. Count 4, police officer, fleeing third degree vehicle code. Count 5, felony firearm. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, and may it please this honorable court, A. Jonathan Hitz, appearing on behalf of people, P 85288.
And good afternoon, Honor David Cripps, P 34972, appearing on behalf of DPS Monto Weathers, who joined us in court. Tell the judge your name, please.
Is the time set for exam? Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, people are.
How many witnesses?
I anticipate 3 witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay, you do me around, you'd like to begin with?
Yes, I would first like to note for the record, I believe we have a stipulation that the individual that was shot at 8236 Pearson on August 21st, 2022 was Ronnie Charles Ray II.
So stipulated for exam purposes only?
Yes, Your Honor, for example, this is only so stipulated.
Court receives that stipulation.
And I'd also request that what I've previously marked as People's Exhibit 1 be admitted under MCL 766.11B1D, copy of a report from the Office of the Main County Medical Examiner.
Again, no objection for exam purposes.
Admitted.
Thank you, approach, Your Honor.
Yes. Thanks, sir.
And permission to publish portions of that document into the record.
Yes.
This is a report from Dr. Lockman's son from August 22nd, 2022 regarding a postmortem examination on the body of Ronnie Charles Ray II. It's Dr. Sun's opinion that death was caused by multiple gunshot wounds. He notes a perforating gunshot wound to the chest and a second penetrating gunshot wound to the chest and a laceration on the back of the right knee. The manner of death was ruled homicide.
Okay.
And with that, people would like to call their first witness unless there's any other preliminary matters.
Please do.
And do we want a mutual sequestration order? All right.
No objection.
With an exception of
Vice
vice.
Chairman.
Please state your license.
I did.
Detective Arnstead is going to be as the officer.
I don't believe he's testified, so I have no objection.
All right, ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, order you to log off at this time. Call your witness.
And Mr. Cripps is correct that I don't anticipate him testifying at the exam, although I would anticipate him testifying. We will call Tadariel Hall to the stand.
Sir, please step forward. Give your name and spelling of your name to the young lady to your right. Yes. Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Have a seat. The witness box right next to me. Just pull that door open. Speak to that microphone to your left. Maybe give me ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name again for the record?
Tadariel Hall.
Are you employed?
Yes.
How are you employed?
Through Garms.
Just generally, what do you do?
I deliver on a truck, furniture.
And do you know someone by the name of Devious Weathers?
Yes.
How do you know that individual?
He was my friend through school.
And how long did you know him for?
Probably like 2 years.
Do you see that individual in court today?
Yes.
Where is he located?
To my right.
Could you describe something that he's wearing?
A green jumpsuit.
I'd ask that the record reflect the identification of the defendant.
So noted.
Did you also know someone by the name of Ronnie Ray?
Yes.
How did you know that individual?
He was also my friend
And how long did you know him?
since middle school.
I want to take you back to August 21st of 2022. Where were you living at that time?
Pearson,
What was the address?
8236.
And is that in Detroit?
Yes,
And that's Wayne County, Michigan?
yes,
And do you remember what you were doing on August 21st of 2022?
yes.
What was going on that day?
I was barbecuing.
And that was at your house?
Yes,
Who was at the barbecue?
me, Devious, Ronnie, my girl, and my brother's girlfriend, and my daughter.
And just so we know who everyone is, could you identify who your brother is?
D'Angelo Hill,
And you're the last name.
Hill.
And you said Mr. Hill's girlfriend was there?
Yes,
Who was that?
I think her name is Chantel. I don't know her last name.
And you said there was also, your girlfriend was there as well?
Yes,
Who was that?
Erica Ships.
Erica,
Ships.
And let me back up 1 second. Did Mr. Weathers and Mr. Ray arrive at the same time?
No, Devious was there first.
And how long was he there before Mr. Ray arrived?
15 to 20 minutes.
What happened when Ray first interacted with Deacons?
Everything was cool at first. It was just cracking jokes.
And how long did that proceed for?
For like 5 minutes.
What were you all doing?
We was barbecuing and we was drinking. Ronnie wasn't drinking, just me and Devious was drinking.
What were you drinking?
Patron.
what is it?
Patron.
That's a form of liquor.
Yes. Tequila, right?
And was there ever a disagreement between Ray and Devious?
Yes.
What was that pertaining to?
The first one, when I was in the house, Ronnie came in there and said that Devious was trying to take the chicken off the grill early. And then I told Ronnie we was going to get some more charcoal. So we ended up going to the store. Once we came back from the store, it started from Devious touching Ronnie's shirt and getting some barbecue sauce or something on it.
And during this time frame, from when they have this initial discussion about chicken through when they get back to the house, what's the demeanor of Devious?
From the chicken, everything was still, it wasn't no big deal, everything was still cool.
And then once they get back to the house, things start to change?
Yes, once he touched them and got that stuff on his shirt,
What happened next?
they started arguing, and they started getting serious. And you could tell Ronnie got upset because he put some barbecue sauce on his shirt. And I told him to chill out. Devious proceeded to walk off. He told me to let me holler at you, walk down the driveway. And I asked, he said, I know that's your man, but
There's a lot of he's, I don't know if this is hearsay or not to establish who the DSP.
You need to speak up.
I don't, yeah, objection hearsay unless there's a foundation.
Let's find out. We need you to use names, sir, because we don't, when we say he, we don't know which individual you're talking about, okay?
Okay.
So if you could just start over, I think, just so the record's clear, after the argument between Devious and Ronnie escalates,
Yes.
and then what happens after that? If you can use the names of the individuals, just so we know who you're talking.
Devious proceeded to walk off. And he told me to let me holler at you. So I walked down the driveway with him. And he said, I know that's your man's, but I've been killed that name.
And when you said, let me holler at you, what did he mean by that?
He wanted to talk to me.
And so you did follow him down the driveway?
Yes,
And that's when he made the statement that you just described?
yes.
How did you respond to hearing that statement?
I told him to chill out. Everything was cool. And I asked him if he had his weapon on him.
How did he respond?
He said no.
We're talking about Devious.
Devious, yes. He said no.
Did you look to see if he had a weapon on him?
Yes,
And this is devious specifically. Did you see if he had a weapon on him?
no, I didn't see it.
After that exchange, what happened next?
Right, as we were still, in my driveway talking about it, Ronnie came down the driveway and said, what are y'all whispering about? And DB said, we talking about you, saying I got something on your shirt. And then I told him to chill again. They, kept, going back and forth, arguing.
And how long did that argument go on?
Less than a minute.
What happened at the conclusion of that argument?
Ronnie said, it's nothing but a shirt. I could buy another shirt. DB pulled out the gun and shot him twice.
Did Devious say anything at that point?
Before he shot, he said, psych. Psych.
And did you, when he pulled the gun out, did you see where he pulled the gun from?
Yes,
Where was it?
his right pocket.
And could you describe what you remember about the gun?
It was short and black.
Would you describe it as a handgun?
Yes,
After he fired the 2 shots, how did you react?
I tried to grab him.
And what did he do? I'm sorry, what did Devious do?
DB snatched away from him.
And what did Devious do next?
He walked down the street
And where did he go?
into the house that he was standing in.
Did he eventually come out of that house?
Yes,
Approximately how long?
within 2 minutes,
And what happened after he exited the house?
he got into a vehicle and left.
Can you describe that vehicle?
Yes,
What type of a vehicle was it?
a silver Equinox.
Do you remember what direction he drove off?
Towards Joy Road.
And that's northbound, right?
Yes,
So just to make sure I understand the time frames here, how long passed between the discussion regarding whether the chicken was done and Ray ultimately getting that barbecue sauce on his shirt?
it probably was like 20 minutes before the shooting, because we had went to the store.
So the argument regarding whether the chicken was done took place about 20 minutes before the shooting happened?
Yes,
Okay, and then the argument regarding the barbecue sauce on the shirt, how long between that and the shooting?
that was within 5 minutes of us being back from the store.
So within 5 minutes of you being back, so that'd be about 15 minutes of the shooting then, if we're trying to put it all into a timeline here.
It'd be, I say 10 to 15 minutes tops.
And then how long from when Devious pulled you aside to the shooting? Just your best estimate.
I don't recall, probably like, it was under a minute, it happened so fast.
How long between the 2 shots?
It was back to back,
So pop, pop, very quick.
yes.
After shooting Ray, did Devious say anything?
No,
Did you hear from him again?
no,
What did you observe with respect to Ray after the shooting?
you said, what did I deserve?
What did you observe? What did you see?
He hit the ground and he was gasping for air.
And sorry to ask this question, but did he eventually stop gasping for air?
Yes,
On the next day, did you witness anything happening on your street?
yes,
What did you see?
police everywhere,
Did you see Devious at all?
yes,
What did you see specifically with respect to Devious?
just him looking out the door or opening the door back and forth.
That's it, you didn't see anything else with respect?
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
No further questions.
Cross-examine. Thank you.
Sir, name, your complete name, please.
Sedario Hall,
You don't have a middle name then?
Deshaun,
And do you go by any other names?
T,
Any other names?
no,
Within the last 10 years, have you been convicted of a felony or misdemeanor involving theft, dishonesty, or false statement?
yeah, no,
Dishonesty or false statement? Robberies?
no,
Killing?
no, sir.
Now, you said that this took place back on July 4th, is that right?
It will take place on July 4th,
What date did this take place on?
August 21st,
Sorry,
21st,
okay.
August 21st,
August 21st, and this was at your house, is that correct?
yes,
And you said there came a point in time that you saw my client. Is that
yes,
right? Was that in the afternoon hours?
it was, past noon,
Past noon?
yes,
All right. And you said prior to that you were cooking at your house, is that right?
yes,
And you also told us you were drinking tequila, is that correct?
yes,
Before you saw Mr. Weathers, how much tequila would you estimate you had to drink?
a couple shots,
A couple of shots out of the bottle?
yes,
Were you smoking any marijuana?
no,
Using any other narcotics?
no,
And after you saw Mr. Weathers, will you continue to drink alcohol?
yes, I had a beer,
What kind of beer was that?
Budweiser,
Was that out of the bottle or can?
the bottle,
Was it one of those large bottles?
no, the small,
Okay, and how many beers did you think you had?
just one,
So you had tequila and also the influence of beer, is that correct?
yes,
How many beers did you have after that one?
none,
How much more tequila did you have?
none,
So you will admit that you are the influence of tequila and beer at the time.
yes,
Do you consider yourself intoxicated? correct?
he said, I can't hear you.
Did you consider yourself intoxicated, sir?
I wouldn't say I was intoxicated, I just had a light buzz,
A light buzz, is that right?
yes,
Okay. Now, you said that at some point in time you saw my client across the street, is that right?
no, down the street,
And he was walking, is that correct?
no, he was walking up the driveway, I'm going on to the porch,
He's going to whose porch?
his porch,
All right, so he went over to his porch, is that right?
yes,
And what did you say to him?
I told him, come here,
Did he come over?
yes,
And what did you say to him once he came over?
I told him I was barbecuing it, and he came back there and he said, you just called me down here to barbecue, and we started laughing. And then he helped me barbecue,
All right, so Mr. Weathers and you were barbecuing.
yes,
No problems at that point.
no,
And you said that at some point in time, someone by the name of Ray Jones, is that correct?
Ronnie Jones,
Ronnie Jones came over.
mhm,
Did you call him Ray Muir in your statement?
yes, that's his Facebook name. And his middle name is Ray, so we call him, that's what we call him,
What do you call
I call him Ray,
him? In your statement, you said my friend Ray Muir Jones.
yes, that's his Facebook name,
That's Raymir.
yes,
So he's a friend of yours and did you talk to him on the phone?
yes.
And what did you tell him?
He called me and said, what you doing? I said, I was barbecuing, he said, say less, so much pull up,
All right. So and then he arrived at the scene
yes,
by himself or with others?
by himself,
And did he come in the backyard where you were barbecuing?
yes,
And I'm assuming it's in the backyard, is that correct?
yes.
And when Mr. Jones came to the backyard, where was Mr. Weathers?
He had already went to the house,
So when Mr. Jones arrived, Mr. Weathers is inside a house.
yes,
Whose house?
down the street,
All right, so he had left.
yes. He came back,
And when Mr. Weathers came back, before Mr. Weathers came back, what did you see Mr. Jones doing?
Nothing, because he was just in his phone, looking into his phone.
So Mr. Weathers returned, is that correct?
Yes,
By himself or with others?
by himself.
What happened when Mr. Weathers returned?
I asked him for a cigarette.
Did he give you one?
Yes.
What happened after that?
After that, we was talking about going to the store to get some more barbecue, more charcoal.
Who was we?
Me, Devious, and Ronnie
What's Rodney's last name?
Jones.
That is a different person than Ray Jones? Ronnie, did you say Ray?
Ronnie Jones
Ronnie, okay.
is the same person.
Ronnie Jones is the same person as Ronnie Ray?
Yes.
So you know him from various different names, is that right?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
So anyway, the person who later got shot, that's who you're referring to?
You saying they know me a different name or?
No, the person who got shot, you know him by different names?
Oh, yes.
You just said Ronnie Jones, is that right?
Ronnie
Yeah.
and Ray is the same person.
Ronnie and Ray is the same.
Yeah.
But last name
His
is,
last name is Charles. His Facebook name was Jones.
all right, so I guess I'll refer to the person who got shot.
Yeah.
Was he part of the discussion of going to the store?
Yes.
So how many people went to the store?
Me, Devious, and Ronnie.
The person who got shot.
Yes.
So all three of you went there, and there's no problems on the way to the store.
They just kept joking in the store. Devious was asking Ronnie to drink. Ronnie didn't want to drink. I bought Devious a bottle.
About or what?
Jose Cuervo, tequila.
So they were joking, not arguing with them.
No.
Am I right about that?
Yes.
After you bought the bottle, did you see Mr. Weathers drink that out of that bottle?
I'm not sure. He was already drinking
How do you know that?
because he came down and drank
What was he drinking?
Budweiser.
Anything else?
Jose Cuervo.
What is that? What's for the benefit of the record?
That's tequila.
So my,
He already had his own bottle. I bought him another bottle once we went to the store.
did he appear drunk to you after all this? All this drinking?
He was kind of regular. He drank a lot. We all drink.
But on that day, after drinking all that liquor, did he appear intoxicated to you?
No.
So, you came back to your house, it's the three of you, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you go in the backyard at that point in time?
Yes.
Back to barbecuing at that point in time?
We started the grill. We really did the grill and put the chicken wings on there.
Okay, who's we?
Me and Devious.
All right, now something happened at this point. Where was Mr. Ronnie Ray, who you know as Ronnie Jones?
He was sitting up against my car,
How far was the car away from the barbecue?
probably from here to this bench.
To which bench?
Where she's at.
Okay, it's about 20 feet, is that correct?
Yes.
So it's really just Mr. You and Weathers at this point in time.
Yes.
Did the person who later got shot, Ronnie Ray, come over to where the two of you were?
No.
So he never came by where Mr. Weathers was?
No. Devious had to use the bathroom, so he went behind the garage to go pee. And when he came back,
Who's he? Mr. Weathers?
yes.
All right.
When he came back, I offered him some hand sanitizer. He took the hand sanitizer. When he Ronnie tried to give him a napkin.
So Ronnie came over to where Mr. Weathers was?
Yes, after he came back from using the bathroom.
Ronnie tried to give him a napkin,
Yes.
and then what happened?
He started playing, and that's when he started touching on his shirt.
Don't use keys for me.
Devious started playing, and Devious touched Ronnie's shirt.
Devious started playing and touched Ronnie's shirt.
Yes,
What did he touch it with?
his hands.
Did anything happen to the shirt as a result of Mr. Weathers touching it?
Yes,
What?
it had barbecue sauce on it.
Okay. Did you see any reaction by Ronnie as a result of that?
Yes,
What?
He said, why you touched me? I told you I was going somewhere after I left her.
Did he seem to be upset with what you could see?
Yes,
All right, so Mr. Ronnie is upset about that, and what happened then?
DBS touched him again
Where did he touch him?
on the shoulder.
The shirt again, is that right?
Yeah, yes.
What happened after the second touching of the shirt?
He told him stop touching him.
Who said that?
Ronnie.
And how was Ronnie acting after the second touch?
He was just sitting there.
Well, you've seen people when they're angry.
Yes,
Did he appear to be angry? Mr. Jones? Ronnie?
not like that, but kind of.
What do you mean?
He was kind of mad, irritated that he was touching the shirt.
Okay, so what happened then?
I said, y'all chill out.
And they both continued talking to each other, both Mr. Weathers and.
No, Mr. Weathers walked off and told me to come here.
Well, before we get to that point, I'm looking at your statement here. Did you relight the grill?
Yes,
And you said after you relit the grill, that Mr. Jones and Mr. Weathers were arguing about the chicken being taken off too early.
no, that was earlier on, they were arguing about the chicken before we even went to the store.
Okay, so there was an earlier argument between Mr. Jones.
I wasn't outside when they was arguing about the chicken, I was in the house. Ronnie came in there and told me that they was arguing about the chicken.
Now, you made a statement to the police, is that correct?
Yes,
That you signed,
yes,
and you read it before taking the witness stand.
yes,
And did you write that statement out in your own handwriting?
no.
That's wrote to where, sir?
You might,
I'm showing you page 2 of a statement. You see your name at the top?
Yeah.
You see your signature at the bottom?
Yes,
You see the statement itself?
yes,
Is that in your handwriting?
yes,
All right. That's what I just asked you, sir. Is this statement in your own handwriting?
I didn't recall.
But you recall now after looking at it?
Yes,
All right. So this is your own handwritten statement?
yes,
And did you write in the statement, Mr. Jones and Mr. Weathers were arguing about the chicken being taken off too early?
yes,
Is that the truth?
yes,
Thank you. So there was an earlier argument before a later argument, is that right?
yes,
Also, you told us about how Ronnie was upset because Mr. Weathers touched his shirt not once but twice getting barbecue sauce on it.
yes,
And Mr. Weathers also began playing with Ronnie's hair.
no,
Oh, maybe that's right here. Oh. Again, you go back and forth, you refer to them as Rainier and Ronnie, is that right?
yes,
Oh. Did they begin to take a serious tone with each other between Mr. Weathers and Ronnie?
yes,
And what do you mean by when you told me also a serious tone?
getting loud.
Argument.
Yes,
So this is the second argument between Mr. Weathers and Ronnie, is that right?
yes,
So at that point in time, right after they had that serious tone, as you described it, you said that somebody walked away from it, is that right?
yes,
Who was that?
devious.
All right, so my client, Mr. Weathers, after they had the second argument, walked away from the argument, is that correct?
Yes,
Anybody walk over there with him?
me,
Why?
he told me to come here.
So you went over there because he asked you to?
Yes,
Okay. And how far were you away from Ronnie when you were talking with Mr. Weathers?
we was walking down my driveway, so I don't know how many feet it was, but we was in the midst of walking down my driveway.
And with just the two of you?
Yes,
And you said that Mr. Weathers said something, is that right?
yes,
All right, now who spoke first when you got to that spot where you stopped and talked?
well,
You or him?
him,
You didn't say anything first.
no,
What did he say?
He said, I know that's your man's, but I happen to kill him.
I know that's your man's.
He was referring to
No,
Ronnie.
I'm not asking you for it, I want the exact words, sir.
Yes,
What is the exact words?
I know that's your man's, but I happen to kill him.
But I'm gonna kill him?
I will been to kill. I know that's your man's, but I will been to kill him. I will been to kill him.
What was that second word?
I know that's your man's, but I will been to kill him. I will then kill him.
Now, you said something different to the police as to what you heard Mr. Weathers say, isn't that right? It's a statement you read over earlier before you took the stand.
I don't recall.
You remember that you told the police that you heard Mr. Weathers say, man, I'll fuck around and kill your mans?
I don't recall.
I will show you the refresher memory.
Yes.
I'll show you page 2, the page I showed you earlier. Do you see your name at the top of the page? Is that a yes or no for the court report's benefit?
Yes.
You see your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
Did you sign it after you read it over?
Yes.
All right. I'm asking you to read that to yourself, and I'll ask you a question. Take your time, let me go with that way. Get a chance to read that over?
Yes.
Now, in this statement that you signed as the truth, did you tell the officer that what you heard Mr. Weathers say is, man, I'll fuck around and kill your mans?
Yes.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Was that what was said?
Yes.
So what you said earlier on the witness stand during direct is different from that, isn't that right?
Yes.
So you told now on cross and direct two different exact versions of what you allegedly heard from Mr. Weathers, right?
It's the same thing, but it's just
Sir, we'll
different
let the
word.
judge decide that.
It's the same thing, it's a different word.
Sir, you agree that you said two different things about what was allegedly said, right? Judge King will decide whether it's different or the same. I'm just asking you.
Judge, I'm gonna check.
I'm not done with my question. Would you agree it's two different words?
What's the objection?
Argument.
There's some argument.
Judge, how in the world is the argument when I'm simply trying to establish, he said a different thing as to what the exact words were on direct, and now a different thing he agrees that he told the police to cross.
Because I said it was. Secondly, it is argumentative because the witness asked the question. I get the drift. He said one thing to the police about effing around and kill your man. And today he said words to that effect, same meaning, different way of saying.
I was simply trying to establish different words.
Okay, that's, I get it.
So, you tried to calm everything down, is that right?
Yes.
So you could see that Mr. Weathers was upset, correct?
Yes.
And that's why, when you saw that he was upset and after you made that statement, why you asked him whether he had his gun or not.
Yes.
Because you're afraid in that excited, emotional state, he might do something.
Yes.
And he told you no.
Yes.
You didn't see a gun with your own 2 eyes.
Not until the shot was going on.
I understand, but at the point you're having the conversation with Mr. Weathers, you didn't see it, is that right?
No.
And when the two of you are talking, does Mr. Ronnie walk up to you, the two of you?
Yes.
It was not Mr. Weathers going over to Ronnie, it's Ronnie coming to Mr. Weathers.
He started walking down the driveway.
Did you say that Rainier walked up?
Yes.
All right, so Rainier walked up to Mr. Weathers, right?
Yes.
And Rainier said, what are you all whispering about? Is that what you told us earlier?
Yes.
What are you all whispering about? And who was he talking to?
He just said, what are y'all whispering about?
Okay. And then does Mr. Weathers say something bad?
Yes.
What did he say?
We're talking about you.
Did he say, man, we talking about
Yes.
you? All right. So you he said we, right?
Yes.
Referring to him and you?
Yes.
And then, Ray walked closer to Mr. Weathers, is that right?
I don't recall, it was
Statement-
arm length, the distance from each other.
Did your statement say Ray walked closer to me and Devious?
That's might have been when he first was walking down the driveway, he walked up close to us, yeah.
Okay, now let's get this clear. In your statement, you said Ray Muir walked up and said, "What you all whisper about?" Am I right so far?
Yes,
And then what Mr. Weathers, according to your statement, said, "Man, we talking about you."
yes,
Ray walked closer to me and Devious. Right?
yes,
All right. So it walked even closer to the two of you, right?
yes.
And Devious said, what did he say?
He said it's like, he fired 2 shots.
Sight?
Yes,
Sight. And then just fired 2 shots.
yes,
And you told the prosecutor 2 quick shots.
yes.
You tried to grab the gun while he was firing and he pulled away and walked to his home. Is that right?
No, I tried to grab him.
Now, after that happened, did you call the police?
I had my girl call.
Did you personally call the police?
No,
You said you had someone else call the police?
yes,
And who was that?
my girlfriend,
I don't know her name.
Erica,
Last name?
Ships.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. You redirect.
Very briefly, Your Honor. So, Mr. Cripps has referenced this statement that you gave to police. Do you remember making that statement?
Kind of,
It's fair to say that, well, you made the statement on the either early morning hours after the shooting happened or the day of the shooting.
after the shooting happened, early hours.
And that's almost a year ago at this point, right?
Yes,
And you don't remember the exact details of what occurred during that meeting with the police?
yes,
You weren't sure if you wrote out this statement or the police officer you're talking to wrote out this statement, is that fair to say?
yes, that's what it said.
If I showed you a video of that interrogation, would that refresh your recollection as to who wrote out the statement?
Yes,
Judge, if I could be made a co-host of the meeting, I'm going to play an exhibit that I would like to mark for identification purposes only as people. I'm not
You're
going
showing
to,
this to establish that you wrote the statement.
just to refresh his recollection. He didn't write the statement.
The judge testified that he did. I don't think it's right for Mr.
He can impeach his own, witness.
What's that?
He can impeach his own. witness.
Yes, but not to his own assertions. He wasn't there when the statement was made, and I don't think it's appropriate for him to say that on the record.
Well, he just said that he's going to refresh his recollection as to who wrote the statement.
He also just said he didn't write a statement, leaving the witness on. So, I think that's appropriate.
And to be fair, Judge, I agree with Mr. Krebs. I should have said that on the record, but the video speaks for itself.
You guys get on with this.
Okay, Mr. Hall, can you see that screen up there?
yes,
Is that you?
yes,
Does this appear to be a video of that statement that you provided to police?
yes,
I'm gonna move forward to the 45-minute, 57-second mark. Just gonna play a brief portion of the video, 45 minutes, 57-second mark. That's up to the 46-minute, 14-second mark. Does watching that video refresh your recollection as to who wrote the statement out that you were just specifying to?
yes,
But who was it?
It's a takeoff. I forget his name.
Thank you. Just a few other brief questions. Prior to, or at any point on August 21st, did you see Mr. Ray with any weapon of any sort?
No,
Did you see him strike Mr. Weathers in any way?
no,
Did you see him push Mr. Weathers in any way?
no.
I have no further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Gross?
No, you're not.
Thank you, sir. You missed that. Next witness, please.
People call Officer Ibrahim Kakish this name. It's Kakish, I apologize.
Sir, please give your name and spelling to the court reporter. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you have? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Name and race.
Thank you, Judge. Could you please say your name again for the record?
Abraham Kakish,
And how are you employed?
with the Detroit Police Department,
How long have you served with the Detroit Police Department?
roughly 7 years.
Did you serve in a law enforcement capacity before joining the Detroit Police Department?
No.
And were you working in that capacity on August 22nd of 2022?
I was.
Were you working with anyone on that day?
I was.
Do you remember who that was?
Corporal David Garcia, along with Officer Jeremy Carinello.
And what were you doing?
I was in the passenger seat of that scout car, and we were on standby as a takedown unit.
You said you were in a scout car. Could you describe that vehicle?
Semi-marked scout car, black. Ford Explorer with Detroit Police lettering on the side.
And you described that as a takedown car. What did you mean by that?
Well, we were standing by as a takedown, just off, hidden, as undercover cars were in the area, doing surveillance.
And were you ultimately asked to execute some form of a takedown?
We were,
Where was that?
Joy Road and, Williams Penn.
And did anything notable happen when you attempted to execute that takedown?
Traffic stop was initiated, the vehicle that we attempted to stop, but, the traffic stop.
And when you say the traffic stop was initiated, how was it initiated?
Emergency lights and sirens were activated.
And what type of a vehicle were you attempting to stop?
I believe it was a silver Chevy Equinox.
Objection is a speculation.
Testifies to what is believed is. I'll take the testimony.
I can, look at my report, from recollection.
Reviewing your report, refresh your recollection.
It would.
Commissioner approach you on.
Okay.
Yeah, that was, correct. Silver Chevy Equinox.
And what precisely happened once you activated, or I assume it was the driver activated the emergency lights and the siren?
Vehicle failed to stop. He took off at a high rate of speed.
Did it appear that the vehicle was accelerating away from you?
Yes.
Do you remember what, well,
I would object to the form of that question. We don't know if the driver of the vehicle actually saw the police or not.
What was the question?
I asked that it appear that the vehicle accelerated away. 30 seconds. And what did you do in response?
Called it out over the radio.
Did you ultimately pursue that vehicle?
I was in the passenger seat, part of it, yes.
Do you know, did you observe how fast your vehicle was traveling?
I don't know.
Would reviewing the report refresh your recollection?
You should, yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm sorry, I might have been mistaken.
Yeah, I don't have the speed with the number report.
Do you know how far approximately your vehicle gave chase?
Roughly from the time we initiated on parking lot, at roughly about 3 blocks, maybe 4 blocks.
And are you familiar with that area generally?
Yes.
Do you know the speed limits on any of the streets that that vehicle is traveling on?
Residential 25.
And did the vehicle eventually come to a stop?
It did, yes.
What happened?
The single occupant, the driver, exited the vehicle and ran towards a house and entered the house through the front door.
Did you get a good look at that individual, the driver?
Yes.
Do you see that individual in court?
I do.
And what is he wearing?
Green jumpsuit.
I'd ask the record to reflect the identification of the defendant. So noted. Okay. You said he fled on foot. Where did he go?
You said, where did he go?
Yeah.
Inside the house. And from inside the house, he ran up the stairs. I gave chase on foot behind him.
And what happened?
I heard one gunshot, held my position, and then was advised to retreat.
Do you know the address of that house that he fled into?
If I could look at my report, reference number.
Judge may refresh his recollection of the report he still has. Okay.
8258 Pearson.
And all those events you just described, including that address, is that all within the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And that's Wayne County, Michigan?
Correct.
After you retreated, did you remain at that location?
I did.
Did you observe anything else?
I was on outside perimeter, holding the SRT was, or the house was declared a barricade gun.
Did you ever see the defendant exit that home?
I don't know if you guys don't know.
If you reviewed your report again, would that refresh your recollection?
You should.
Permission for him to refresh his recollection, don't you? Okay.
So he exited the house and then SRT took him to custody, and then he turned over to us.
I have no further questions.
Prosecutor.
As to that last point about him exiting the house, did you actually see that, or was that something that was told to you?
I don't know if I actually observed him exiting the house or whether or not he exited the house, SRT took him to custody, and then he turned him over to us.
All right, so you can't swear under oath that you actually saw Mr. Weathers leave that house, is that correct?
I don't recall if he, but he did leave the house.
No, I'm asking what you saw. Not-
I was in rear security, so I didn't have any eyes on front.
Okay, so you didn't see him actually exit the house with your own 2 eyes.
Not that I recall, no.
Now, In terms of this vehicle that you pursue as a passenger, where did you see the vehicle first?
Liquor store parking lot.
What did you say?
Liquor store
Liquor
parking
store
lot.
parking. It was stationary in the parking lot, or was it moving?
Time we initiated the traffic stop, it was, I believe it was backing up.
Backing up out of the parking lot?
Vehicle was backing up, or backing up out of the parking spot, yes.
And then went onto the street? Your lights or sirens were on, yeah.
Our lights and sirens were initiated as he was backing out of the parking spot.
And you couldn't actually see who was driving.
He looked at our scout cars, he looked, pull up our dash cam, he'd see him looking at our scout car.
Okay, have you ever seen that person before, really?
Not in person.
Okay, so that's the first time you ever saw that person driving the car.
We were looking for this individual.
I know you're looking for an individual, but in terms of the person that you say looked at you, you've never seen that person before in your life, is that correct?
Actually, in person, no, but on paper, yes.
I'm asking you in person. Have you ever
No,
seen-
not in person.
What was it that made you remember that person? You said before.
I'm sorry?
What is it that's unique or special to remember about that person's face? You see any scars?
Not our volume stars,
Any
no.
tattoos? Any, I didn't hear you.
No,
Any eyeglasses?
not that I'm aware of, no.
Well, I asked you what you saw. You don't remember any eyeglasses?
That he was wearing at the time of the traffic stop?
The person, I'm asking about who's in the car, the car.
Single occupant, that's seated over there.
I'm asking you whether he had glasses on. at the time.
Well, I couldn't tell you, I conduct multiple traffic stops, many traffic stops on a daily basis. I can't tell you whatever the person's wearing.
So there's nothing special you remember about that person? The face.
Not that I can recall, no.
And you just saw that person for a few seconds.
During the time of the initiated traffic stop.
So just a few seconds.
Sure, yes.
And then most of the time you're behind that vehicle. While in pursuit, is that right?
Behind the correct.
And did you actually see the person get out of the car?
Exit the vehicle and then run, I believe it was behind the vehicle and it's worked out.
So you actually saw the person?
Yeah, we were coming down the block.
And did you see anything in his hands?
Not that I recall, no.
You didn't see him with a firearm, is that correct?
Not that I recall, no.
You didn't see him with a firearm, is that right?
I didn't see no fire. Not
Thank you. And then you said you ran to the house yourself?
Yeah.
Did you go inside the house?
Yes, this one.
When was it you said you heard a shot?
As I was standing in the hallway, as I observed the defendant run up the stairs.
So when he was running up the stairs, you heard a shot?
I heard one shot, yes.
You still had visuals on you when you heard the shot?
I did not know.
I'm sorry?
I did not.
All right. So it was after the person got upstairs and you heard the shot?
It was after that he was upstairs. I heard the shot, one gunshot. I heard.
Nothing further.
Can you redirect? Go ahead, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Have another witness?
Yes, Your Honor, one more witness, Sergeant Deanna Wilson.
Please give your name and spelling to the court reporter. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm yourself the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat with witness spouse. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Could you please say your name for the record one more time?
Deanna Wilson,
Thank you. And how are you?
Detroit Police Department,
How long have you served with the Detroit Police Department?
29 years.
Have you ever served with any other law enforcement agencies?
No.
And are you assigned any special roles with the Detroit Police Department?
I am.
What's that?
I currently work at Harbor Master
And I'm also a team leader for the crisis negotiation team. Crisis negotiation team,
How long have you served with the crisis negotiation team?
approximately 8 years.
And were you working in that capacity on August 22nd of 2022?
Yes,
Were you working with anyone on that day?
yes,
Do you remember who those individuals were?
I do.
Who were they?
One was Christina Dunbar. She was functioning as secondary negotiator. I also have Sandra Spice was secondary, Christina Dunbar. She was the runner that day. Ryan Jones was intel and picked up the equipment, and Alex Smalley was our scribe.
And just so everyone in the courtroom understands, could you explain what those various roles are?
Sure, there are 5 people who respond to every barricaded government situation. You have your primary or lead negotiator, which I functioned as that day. Then you have your secondary negotiator, who also fills in and provides notes, also assists with the negotiations and can jump in as secondary. And then you have your scribe, who takes all of the notes as the calls are taking place. They write down pertinent information that may have been said or important things that may have occurred during the negotiation. Then you also have a runner who deals with the family, and they provide information to your incident commander on scene. And then you also have your intel person who needs vital information, critical information, and also provides that to the incident commander.
Were you dispatched to 8258 Pearson on that day?
Yes,
Why?
for a barricaded gunman situation.
And did you make contact with that individual?
I did.
Did you eventually see that individual?
I do not recall seeing the individual.
What happened after you made contact with that person?
I engaged in negotiations for approximately 4 hours with him on the phone.
Did he identify himself?
He did.
What did he say his name was?
Objection as to hearsay.
No, so identification.
He said his name was Devious.
And during that 4-hour negotiation, what were you negotiating? What was the goal of the negotiation?
I wanted him to peacefully surrender himself and also the child was being held hostage inside.
Objection,
the
Your
residence.
Honor, there's no foundation for that.
Sustained.
Did he say there was anyone else in that building with him?
Yeah.
What did Devious say?
Again, objection.
Was the objection.
Lack of foundation as to who's speaking. I know you let the say I'm devious in because it's for identification, but the rest of this would be hearsay without a foundation as to who's speaking.
It's a statement of party opponent.
Sorry, you have a question?
Yes. Did Devious say there was anyone in the home with him?
Yes,
And what did he say?
there was a child, and I also heard a child's voice.
And what conversations did you have with Devious regarding the child?
I asked him to release the child.
Did he agree to?
No,
Objection, Your Honor. You can't read somebody's mind as to whether they agree to or something or not. The form of that question is asking for somebody's thinking, whether they agree to it.
So you said that he did not agree to, what did he say to convey he was not agreeing to release the child?
he stated the child was the only thing that was keeping him alive at that time,
And did he say why he had that belief?
because he was fearful that the police were going to shoot him.
Did you hear Devious say anything else about the child during the course of the negotiation?
Just that he was going to not release the child.
Did he eventually change his position?
Yes,
And how did that come about? What happened?
Mr. Weathers indicated if I got him a bottle of water and some cigarettes, he would release the child.
Did you attempt to get him that bottle of water and cigarettes?
Yes,
Were those provided to him at the house?
Yes,
And what happened?
he did not release the child at that time.
So the negotiations continued,
Correct.
and what did Devious say to you?
That he wanted to die suicide by cop and that if we came in the house, we'd have to kill him.
And how did the negotiations progress from there?
It was approximately 4 hours in length. He ultimately did surrender with the child.
And do you recall seeing the child yourself at any point?
No.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Art. Sergeant Wilson, did you prepare a report in this case?
I did not. I had one of my subordinates prepare a report.
That would be Ryan Jones' report,
Correct.
and you reviewed that?
I did.
And it's accurate in terms of what Mr. Weathers was saying?
Yes.
You said that you had a scribe,
Yes.
that would be Officer Alex Smalley,
Correct.
and his job, as you described, is to take notes.
Correct.
Do you have those notes with you?
I do not, but the prosecutor.
I see this, please. Well, they're pretty extensive, and I would guess that a copy would be kept. Now, you said in no time that you ever saw Mr. Weathers, is that correct?
That's correct.
So you wouldn't even know what he looks like?
No.
You wouldn't know what his voice sounds like?
Not to.
If you never saw a child?
I am not on scene. I'm about 2 blocks away from the incident.
So you never saw a child?
Correct.
And you don't know whether Mr. Weathers is telling the truth or making stories, is that right?
Making stories up about what?
About the content of what he was saying.
No, we had a conversation for 4 hours, so I could take it on face value and say.
Now, Mr. Weathers said that, as you told us, the child was the only thing keeping him alive. Is that right?
Yes.
But he wanted to die by suicide by cop, is that right?
That is also correct. That's what he said.
So obviously he had a concern that the police would come in and kill him. And the child was the only thing keeping him alive from that happening. That essentially what he said to you.
That is what he said.
Now, Mr. Weathers did tell you that he would come out if he received water and cigarettes.
Yes.
And those were provided, is that right?
Yes.
And after there were some cigarettes were tossed on the bottom steps of the porch.
Yes.
Did you see that?
No.
But he did say that, is that correct?
Yes.
And eventually he came up.
Eventually.
But you didn't see that happen, you were told by other officers that would happen.
I was on the phone when it occurred.
You didn't see that happen.
I did not.
Now, you said that, again, I think I asked this, but you never saw a child, is that correct?
No.
You don't know, based on your own 2 eyes, whether a child was even inside the location.
I heard a child's voice.
That was the question.
I did not see a child.
You didn't see a child.
No, I did not.
So based on your own two eyes, you don't know whether a child was there or not. Is that correct?
Correct.
You heard a noise that you said you thought was a child. Is that right?
Yes.
But it could have been a TV set. Right? Could have been a recording,
Quite possibly, but no.
but it sounded, a noise that sounded like a child too. Is that right?
Yes.
What did you hear said?
I heard a child crying.
So you heard some crying.
Yes.
And again, you don't know if it actually was a real child. Because you weren't there.
I never saw a child myself.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
And given a misconception on my part, I'm gonna call one additional. Dean McDonald.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady seated over there. Please raise your right hand. Your other right. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you, man. Please have a seat. The witness box right next to me.
Right here?
Yes, ma'am. Voice of nice loud, talk about that microphone is to the left. Maybe give me your right.
Thank you, Judge. Could you please say your name one more time, Jordan?
Athena McDonald.
And if we just get some things out of the way first, it's safe to say that you don't want to be here today, right?
Sure.
And the only reason you're here today is because I said you were gonna be arrested potentially. due to-
Yes.
And are you employed, Ms. McDonald?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I work through hospice. I'm a
Yeah.
hospice aide.
And do you know Devious Weathers?
Yes, I do.
How do you know?
He's my stepson.
And how long have you known him?
A long time.
Do you see him here in court today?
Yes.
Can you describe something that he's wearing?
Hands on green.
Could you describe?
Green jumpsuit.
And as for the record, reflect the identification of the defendant.
So noted.
And I want to take you back to August 22nd of 2022. Were you at 8258 Pearson on that date?
Yes.
And did anything memorable happen while you were at 8258 Pearson?
On that day, I can't remember. During the day or night.
During the day.
During the day, all I can remember is the police came to my house. After chasing behind my stepson.
And your stepson, that's Devious Weathers?
Devious Weathers.
So you saw Devious Weathers come in the house?
Yes, I was inside the house with my two grandkids.
And you don't need to state their names for the record. You said you have two grandkids. How old are they? Or how old were they at the time?
1 and 2.
Okay. Where were they located in the house?
The baby was downstairs in his walker with me, and my granddaughter was upstairs sleeping.
And when Mr. Weathers entered the house, where did he go?
To be honest, I can't tell you because the police ran right behind. They told me.
Objection, hearsay.
Did you ultimately exit the house?
After they told me to leave.
And did you have both of those children with you?
No, they had already took the young boy out and they told me to get my 2 dogs.
And what about the 2-year-old female?
She was still upstairs sleeping.
When was the next time you saw the 2-year-old?
When she came out.
So you saw her exit the house?
Yes.
Who was she with?
Devious Weathers.
Who? Sorry.
Devious Weathers.
At any point, did you see devious Weathers holding her in the house?
No,
I have no further questions.
And you started out by saying that you were threatened to be arrested.
I didn't want to come to court. So I had a subpoena and the prosecutor told me that I had to show up or I will be arrested.
So what was your response to that?
So I'm not here. So I can't. I don't want to be here because I don't know what the outcome is on how the family feel about what's going on. So I fear for mine.
So is that why you came to court?
Yes, because I was afraid that I was going to be arrested.
So you're kind of under duress.
You said what?
You're here under duress.
Yeah, because I was subpoenaed to be here.
And did the police bring you to court?
No,
Did you talk with the police when you arrived at the courthouse?
Yeah.
You told what to say on the witness stand by the police?
you said what, repeat?
Were you told by the police what to say on the witness stand?
No,
Did you feel threatened in any way in terms of giving testimony as to how you were going to testify to?
no, not really.
Now, you said that you were at home when the police ran into your house,
Yes,
but you were downstairs.
yes, I was downstairs in my living room.
When was the last time you were ever upstairs?
When my granddaughter's upstairs. She was asleep. Usually I go up there and bring her downstairs to feed her, but she was still asleep and I only had the baby in my hand.
And how long was that you were upstairs before the police arrived?
They weren't there yet. She was asleep, what I
Well, I
said.
understand. I'm trying to find the time period from the last time you were upstairs.
That was earlier, before all that happened at my house.
So a couple hours.
Yes, before everything happened, I only had the baby downstairs.
So there's a 2-hour period between the time you're upstairs until the police arrived into the house.
I guess so, yes.
So you don't know who was upstairs at that time during that 2
Only the
hours
baby was upstairs. I remember my granddaughter being upstairs by herself.
when you left the upstairs.
Yes.
Was there anybody else out?
No, but just my granddaughter and me and my grandson.
Now you saw did you see Mr. Weathers running the house?
Yes, when I was in the living room when he ran in and the police was right behind.
Did you see any guns in his hand?
No,
Did you go upstairs after the police ran upstairs, ran into the house?
no, they wouldn't let me go upstairs. I had to know that my granddaughter was upstairs.
During the time, well, strike that. You said there came a point in time you left the house with the youngest child, right?
They had already had the youngest son, the grandson outside. They had told me to leave out. And they came, and once I told them that my granddaughter was upstairs, the police escorted this out too. So it's just my granddaughter. And devious.
There were some hours that went by before you saw that your granddaughter, was that right?
Right, because they had my house.
Yeah, so where were you during that time?
Outside.
When you were outside, did you ever hear your granddaughter say
No.
ever hear her cry or anything?
No.
I don't have further questions.
No regret.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand. First and foremost, I'm glad that you did come today because that subpoena is not an invitation, it's support. So we appreciate you being here. understand you're in a difficult position.
Very difficult.
Because you said Devious is your stepson, is that right?
Yes.
You don't want to do anything to hurt him, do you?
No, never.
Absolutely not. Okay, I understand. So you said on this day that you're at the house with your two grandchildren. One of the grandchildren is with you and the other one is upstairs asleep, is that right?
Yes.
Did you say Devious ran in the house and the police was running behind him?
Yes.
And Devious ran in the house, where did he go?
I don't know, because I have two ways into my kitchen. I wasn't worried about, I was just making sure my grandchild knows that, because they came in so fast.
Okay.
So,
All right. So the police have you and your grandchild, you said dogs? And all of you guys leave out,
they
right?
had us, they told me to get my one dog. And when I was going to get my one dog, I opened my side, and as we opened my side door, my dog ran out and
But
my
as far
dog
as you
got
know,
shot.
your granddaughter was still upstairs asleep. Is that
Right. I didn't have a chance to even get her because they telling me to get out and grab the dog.
And you came out, did Devious come out with you?
No,
All right, so he was still in the house as well?
Yeah.
How long was he in the house before you see him and your granddaughter?
was a minute. It was a while.
You say a minute?
Couple hours.
Couple hours.
Yeah.
Questions based on my questions?
No, Your Honor.
Yes. You said when your dog was shot
Yes,
by the police,
yes,
was that inside the house or outside?
outside.
Now, you, in response to Judge King's question, you honestly admitted you're not even sure that Devious Weathers was upstairs, is that correct?
Right. I know he was in the house. I don't know where
Thank
he went to.
Nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
No further witness.
All right, any witnesses for the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
At this time, the people will move for a bind over arrest charge. And I'll start with the events from August 21st. I don't think there can be any real dispute. People have met their burden with respect to carrying a concealed weapon count and the felony firearm count. I really see this as just a question of whether or not it's a first degree premeditated murder or a second degree murder for exam purposes. I would submit to the court that people have established the burden necessary to meet first degree standard, given that statement made by Mr. Weathers to Mr. Hall that he was going to kill. I know there's been some discussion about what the exact words of that statement were, but the fact is the same, so I think the court recognizes that he was going to kill the victim. And then ultimately the victim approaches and the defendant fires 2 shots at him, Mr. Hall. Based on that, coupled with his flight from police the next day, I believe that's sufficient to show premeditation, especially at this stage of proceedings where the burden is simply it's a question of fact for the ultimate finder of fact. With respect to the events that occurred on the second day, to prove fleeing and looting in the third degree, the court's, I think, well aware of those standards. The thing that makes it a third degree rather than a fourth degree fleeing is that this chase took place on the streets where the speed limit was 35 miles per hour or less. We heard from the officer that this was an area where the speed limit was 25 miles per hour. Therefore, it's appropriately charged as a third degree fleeing and looting. Based on Mr. Cripps's objection at one point during my questioning, I guess he's going to argue that there's no way of knowing if Mr. Weathers knew that he was being stopped. But we heard the officer testify that he was backing out front, a parking space, and they attempted to stop him with lights and sirens. That's more than sufficient at this stage to show that he knew about it, especially when you couple it with what happens next. He flees to his house at 8236 Pearson and runs inside. The officer testified he ran upstairs. And that brings us to the kidnapping. To show kidnapping, I have to show that he restrained another person, restrict that person's movements, and that he did so with one or more of the following reasons: either to hold that person for a ransom or reward, or use that person as a shield or hostage. Here, he held that person specifically for cigarettes and water, and he was attempting to use that person, based on his statements to Sergeant Wilson, as a shield from the police coming in and killing her. That's what he was afraid of in this circumstance. And while I don't have specific testimony on the record about her being restrained, we do know that she was in the house for a number of hours. She was crying at points during the course of this. He was holding her within that house while the police were surrounding it, attempting to get him to voluntarily release her and turn himself in. Based on all the facts that have been presented here today, I believe people met their burden with respect to.
Mr. Cruz.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, we can test a number of things in opposition to mine over here. The first one, most importantly, being the premeditated murder. I don't believe in any way this was planned out, thought about, deliberated before it happened. They're all friends here at a barbecue. Unfortunately, there's alcohol involved. It's pretty clear that my client was likely intoxicated at the time that this occurred. And it all started over a series of maybe 2, maybe 3 different arguments that occurred, putting my client in an emotional state of mind and not one that a deliberate or planned out thinking regarding the shooting. First, there's an argument over the chicken being taken off the grill too soon. And then they go to the liquor store, come back. My client's constantly drinking, and then there comes an argument over getting barbecue sauce on the deceased shirt. The deceased was upset about it. Not once, but twice, and they get into an argument. That's what Mr. Hall said. It developed into arguing between the two of them. It said it got to a serious tone. So we know the elevation of the argument is getting louder and louder. And then at the point just before the shooting, my client walks down the driveway. We can assume or infer from that he wants to get away from the deceased so something doesn't happen. So then Mr. Hall and my client's request comes down there and they have a conversation. Now there is a dispute actually what exactly was heard, because I heard him say at the witness stand something to the effect, I know it's your man, but I'm going to kill that person. But that's drastically different from what the statement he signed from the police, where he says, man, I'll fuck around and kill your man.
So the words are different, but doesn't it have the same effect?
But the problem is,
Talking about killing a man.
sure, how can you rely on these exact words for premeditation where it's not even the same thing each time it's said?
I took either version, either one would suffice.
So after that's said, then Mr. Hall tries to calm Mr. Weathers down, according to how he testified, and calming him down because he was worried that he may have a gun. And you can see how upset Mr. Weathers was becoming. Then, and I think this is an important fact in the case, my client doesn't go over to the deceased. The deceased comes over to my client and approaches him and says, what are you all whispering about? And then at that point, my client's saying, man, we're talking about you. And then the deceased walks even closer, right up to Mr. Weathers at that time. My client, but obviously you can infer that he's assuming that he's going to be assaulted. And so at that point in time, he spontaneously pulls out that gun without warning, without statement, just pulls it out and shoots twice quickly, and then leaves. That to me, Your Honor, is second degree murder, not first degree premeditated murder. There was just no reason for this to happen. It was out of emotional state of mind, upset, argument, intoxicated, and I believe it does not arise to the level of premeditated murder. Now, then what happens afterwards, my client goes inside the house. He's there for a while, leaves the house, gets in the car, and drives off. Now, we don't know what happened to the gun after the incident occurred. If it was left in the house, probably you can infer it did leave it in the house, because what other reason would it be to go in the house and leave it quickly and get in the car? As I see the charges here, carrying a concealed weapon, the charge is in a motor vehicle, the Chevrolet Equinox. There's no showing whatsoever.
I thought the carrying a concealed weapon, at least the evidence I've heard, carrying a concealed weapon, was him taking it down with his pocket.
That's not what the document the
I see that
information.
now.
And I go by charging documents and that's why I repeatedly asked on cross-examination, nobody saw him take a gun in the car, nobody saw him gun take out of the car, there's no testimony that there was ever a gun in the car. So we believe there's insufficient evidence after hearing, see a weapon. Lastly, as to the kidnapping, it's a very strange set of events here, because nobody really knows for sure where Mr. Weathers was after the time he ran in the house. The last one was testified, she was there, she doesn't know where he went in the house. So everybody's assuming based on this conversation between Sergeant Wilson and my client that he's upstairs, but we don't know that for sure. Hearing on this conversation, he could have been in the basement, he could have been in the back room. So we don't know if specifically he was with the child at the time these conversations were happening. And then he says he wants to die by suicide by cop, which is inconsistent with the argument made by Mr. Gibson. In fact, he's holding the child as ransom. He wants to be shot by suicide by cop. It wouldn't matter whether, he had the child with him or not. That's his plan, not to get shot by the police.
I thought the testimony was different, but these come to suicide by cop.
So, Judge, that may have been part of it, I'm not sure, but again, the charge is kidnapping, and I don't think the record is complete as to that. Nobody even saw the child during the course of all these events until Mr. Weathers came walking out of the house. So we ask that the kidnapping charge be dismissed for insufficient evidence. Thank you.
While I'm thinking about it, one of the things that was testified by the defendant's stepmother was that when she had saw her granddaughter, she was coming out the house with Mr. Weathers. Meaning, as it relates to count one, homicide, murder, person premeditated. One thing I agree with you, Mr. Cripstone, is that this was very unnecessary. This shouldn't have happened, whether it was over some uncooked meat or some barbecue on the shirt. Nobody should have lost their life over it, but someone did. And the evidence, as I understand it, the autopsy report doesn't mention anything about it being firing from close range. In fact, it specifically says there was a 202 inches gunshot wound on the anterior upper left chest without evidence of close range firing. So even if the complainant, Mr. Ray, approached the defendant, it doesn't appear as though he got close enough to the defendant where it would be evidence of close range firing. Even more so than that, there was no testimony that Mr. Ray had any weapon whatsoever on this person. Yet this defendant pulls a gun out of his pocket, says sight, and shoots the complainant twice. I submit to you that the fact that witness testified that he told his friend what he may have to do, regardless of which version you take of it, you're going to have to do something to your man's or the other version. Either one would suffice. The general idea was that he was thinking about hurting Ronnie Ray. He was thinking about killing Ronnie Ray. That's what he said in the legend. That coupled with the number of shots, the whole manner in which this stuff was done, I can't understand or wrap my mind around why this had to happen, particularly for someone who didn't fight you, didn't have a weapon, man was completely unarmed, and this was your so-called friend. Y'all was just hanging out at the store together. Why? Why would you do that? I think there is at least a question of fact to be determined by a trier of fact, person premeditated. As to the kidnapping, taking all of the testimony, the evidence as a whole, there's ample evidence to bind over on the kidnapping as well. The defendant allegedly ran in the house, stepmom, the grandchild, ordered to come out of the house by the police, the mom with the dog, ordered to come out. That leaves the defendant in the house with the female grandchild that's upstairs. Mr. Cripps argues that we don't know where the defendant was in the house, but we do know that the defendant came out with the grandchild. We do know the conversation that he had with the negotiator about coming out and the conditions in which he would come out. What was going to happen if the police came in, all of which fits squarely within the statute, did knowingly restrain a 2-year-old with the intent to hold that person for a ransom or use that person as a shield or a hostage. Court is satisfied that people met their burden of probable cause as it relates to count 2, kidnapping, the carrying concealed weapon, and people moving to amend the information as it relates to how the weapon was concealed.
Yes, sir.
And you're amending it to what?
To reflect that it was concealed on his person.
There was testimony as to that. Now,
The motion to amend should be before the exam night.
it could be before, during, or after. And the court is going to allow that amendment based on the testimony that I've heard. Based on the testimony that I heard from the witness, the defendant allegedly took the gun out of his pocket before he shot the defendant. So the people met their burden of probable cause as it relates to count 3, carrying concealed weapon, as well as count 4, police officer named Kenneth. Court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit, court finding probable cause to be dismissed. Will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court of Criminal Division for proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be May 11, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Defendant will be remanded to the custody of the Wayne County Sheriff.
Judge, the rest
Of what's count 5.
felony firearm.
Oh, yeah, that's a no-brainer. As well as count 5. Court finds there's ample evidence to find those on that charge as well. May 11, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where you worked last night?
Mr. Cooper,
Step over here to my car.
man, you have some. You remind me of somebody else I know. Me.
Oh,
Thank you.
How you doing today?
I'm doing well.
They have one witness, right?
Yeah.
They can do it. They're out there.
We do.
So,
I'm sorry.
So Don, how many witnesses do you have?
Well, Judge, I got 4 witnesses here, and civilian witness who's not here that I'm gonna ask that. It's hard potential.
Who are your witnesses that you have here?
I got, they're all like police personnel, basically.
what's the name of the person that's missing?
Angelica Johnson.
Let's go on the record. Calling case 2355130, people of the state of Michigan versus Joshua Rashawn Boyd Johnson. Defendant is charged with count 1 homicide, murder, second degree, count 2 felony firearm. Appearances for the record.
Dominic Grazia, P69815 on behalf of.
And Renee Cooper, 20566 for the defense.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Oh, sure.
Got a nice microphone there. Don't swing it. Today.
20566.
Renee.
Just like that. Take on my elementary.
Tell me your name, sir.
Joshua Johnson.
All right, today's the date, time, set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
In part, Judge.
Okay, so why in part?
So this is kind of a unique case. It's a very circumstantial case, and primarily the evidence is going to come from police officers. However, there is a civilian witness who has been cooperative. She was here on Monday, I believe it was, but she's not here at the moment. We called her off because of the time, parking situation, different factors. So I am asking if we could at least begin this exam or adjourn the exam. I know it's 3 o'clock.
You called her off?
Yes.
Why would you do that? That's my call. Trying to take my job?
No, Judge. I had a decision to make. Obviously, the court knows that we struggle with civilian witnesses. But whether or not I'd be able to get to her and have her testify today.
In situations like that, see, this is where I come in. I will have you have that witness testify out of order, just to accommodate that witness and get them out of the way.
I understand. It's my responsibility. I made the decision to tell her to be on
That's
call.
my responsibility. Trying to take my job. Why should?
Honestly, I'm not trying to take your job. I was trying to avoid having her come down here and not being able.
I think I'm a rather reasonable person. You explain to me the circumstances that you have a civilian witness down here for the second time. I would have went ahead and let that witness get on today.
I understand.
Bring it to my attention before you tell witnesses not to show up.
I know. When I came down here, you were finishing up the exam, and then I know you had another one lined up. So as opposed to her coming down here, parking, waiting, I made the decision to tell her to not come. So you and other witnesses were prepared to testify now.
You have anything to blame on?
Well, it's your job, Judge. You have to.
See, Mr. Cooper, okay. Are you guys going to be available on May 11th for the civilian witness? We'll go a little bit today, since you have that conversation. I hate to waste that time.
I'm okay.
You available, Mr. Cooper? Morning.
I'm still looking. Okay, what date was
Good
that?
morning, May 11th.
Possibly. I have a very short trial for Judge Bridget Hathaway.
You have a short
Yeah,
time.
that starts the Wednesday before that. 10th. I feel more comfortable if it's something I can do on the 11th.
I have a 1:30 and a 2:30. Margaret, both homicide.
Well, Judge, it doesn't look
Can you
good.
do 11:30?
I mean, I
Just ask.
well.
How about May 16th? Wide open. We're probably looking at one witness and arguments.
Do you recognize that there's a black hole in Judge Ramsey's courtroom that sometimes it's just talking to?
I've heard about that.
Yeah, it's real bad. So I'll go in and say, look,
So
Judge,
if we don't do it then, it's gonna be a while because we have a judges conference 18th, 19th,
we have to make it work down on the 16th.
16th. I can do morning or afternoon.
Oh, well, then afternoon.
At 16th at 1:30.
Yes,
Around it.
that works.
All right, that'll be for the one witness and argument.
Yes.
Okay, let's see if we can get down to that.
Okay, Judge.
People call us from that.
preliminary matters like autopsy report or anything else?
We actually did that on Monday.
Oh, Sir, please give your name and spelling to the court reporter to your right. Please raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. This possible. What's a nice mouth to the microphone here. Make it hearing great.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and occupation?
Robert Mackey, with the Church Police Department.
All right. And were you working in that capacity back on September 29th of 2002 at around 6:43 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And around that time and on that date, did you go to the area of 8908 Prevost Street in the city of Detroit?
Yes, sir.
And did you go there with anyone else?
Yes, Officer Cole.
All right. And why did you go to that address at that time?
We had a report of somebody getting shot, GSW.
Okay. PSW means?
Gunshot wound.
All right. And if you can recall, from the time you first heard about this gunshot wound over the radio, was it over the radio?
Yes, sir.
Time you first heard about the gunshot wound over the radio, how long did it take you to get to the address?
I don't know the precise time. I know we have 15 minutes for a priority like that. So we got there pretty quick.
All right. And if you can recall, what did you observe when you first arrived at the scene?
When we first arrived, we didn't see anything. We knocked and knocked at the door, nobody answered. So we went to the back of the location.
When you said you didn't see anything, what do you mean by any?
Like nobody at the location at all. So that's why we knocked at the door and then nobody answered.
All right, and so you went to different areas of that address?
Yes, we went to the back of the location.
And did you observe anything when you went to the back of the location?
Yes, we observed some shell casings and blood.
It goes on, and I don't have a real big problem with it, but could you speak in the first person singular as opposed to me?
Yeah, just tell us what you did.
Okay. So I went to the back of the location and observed shell casings and blood.
All right, so this blood that you're describing, your suspected blood, where in the backyard was it located?
It was located on the ground. So like it was the back door, porch, and it was like on the ground area over there. I seen some shell casings over there too.
Okay, so relative to where the suspected blood was on the ground, where are these casings that you're describing?
So where are the casings?
Yeah.
It's kind of in the same vicinity of all the same vicinity. It's a driveway that go in the back, so it's in that area as well.
When you say same vicinity, do you have any sort of estimate in terms of distance?
Say approximately 3 to 5 feet. Like all in the same area. Higher radius, 3 to 5 radius.
And when you say casings, do you have any idea how many there might have been?
I don't know how many. I don't remember how many, but it was over 7.
Okay. And you said that by the time you arrived, there was no individuals in the back of the house either?
No, sir.
Okay. You saw the casings and the suspected blood. What did you do when you saw them?
What I did is call the supervisor. I know one of the officers, when he told me to speak on myself, so I believe I called the supervisor to get out there just to let him know that we had a scene.
Okay. And eventually, did more police officers arrive?
Yes, sir.
And did you happen to be there if any evidence technicians ever arrived?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the incident that you're talking about, was there ever assigned like a CRISNet number or a police officer's number, case number?
A report number?
Yes.
Yes.
What is the report number if you remember?
Okay, I see the report, please.
You have a copy of your report?
Okay. It is 2209290353.
Oh. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Cross-examine?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step.
Please call, this technician Darren Tran.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat with this box next to me. Good, you gave me your ready.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your name and occupation?
My name is Darren Tran. I'm an evidence technician with the Detroit Police Department.
All right. And were you working in that capacity back on September 29th of 2022 around 7:30 at night?
I was.
All right. And did you go to the location of 8908 Prevost in the city of Detroit?
I was.
And why did you go to that location?
We were requested to make that location to process the scene of a fatal shooting.
And did you see, when you went to the scene, were there any civilians around in the area?
I believe there may have been, not in the immediate scene.
Did you notice any suspected firearms evidence when you went to the scene?
We did, yes.
And where at that address did you notice this?
They were in the east backyard.
Okay. And describe what evidence you saw.
We located 6 .40 caliber casings, 1 9mm casing, a suspected fired bullet. That was it for firearms evidence.
All right. And aside from the firearms evidence, was there any suspected blood or possible blood that was there on the scene?
Yeah, we had a couple areas of suspected blood, which we took 2 swabs of.
Okay. Now, relative to where the suspected blood was, where were the casings that you described located?
They were scattered around the blood. It was pretty centrally. The blood was central, and casings were around it.
Now, you mentioned that there were 6 .40 caliber casings.
Yep,
All right. Did you collect those casings?
we did.
Did you place them on evidence?
I did.
All right. And are there certain DPD item numbers associated with those casings that?
Yes, you said you're referring to the evidence item numbers? Yes. Yeah, there are specific numbers that correlate with those items.
Okay, so what numbers correspond to the 40 caliber casings?
The 40 caliber casings are marked under evidence tag under the report number of 2209290353. There will be evidence item 2. And those will be the 6 .40 caliber casings.
Now, you said you also recovered a fired bullet?
Yes, a suspected fired bullet.
All right, is there an item number associated with that fired bullet?
Yes, that item is the same, under the same report number, item 4.
And you mentioned one 9mm casing that was recovered?
Correct.
Was that 9mm casing located in the same area as the other casings or in a different part of the area?
Yes, it was located nearby.
All right. Is there an item number associated with that?
That is item number 3.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examine?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may start now.
Thank you.
Call Officer Matthew Gregory.
You guys teach a class on how to get through an exam. Sir, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the court reporter to your right.
Sergeant Matthew Gregory, MA.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Ready, again, when you're ready.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and occupation?
Sergeant Matthew Gregory. I'm a sergeant with the city of Livonia Police Department.
Now, back on September 29th of 2022, were you assigned to a task force or other sort of multi-jurisdictional unit?
Yes, I'm a task force officer with the FBI on their violent crime task force in Detroit.
Now, do you see anyone in court today that you recognize as being the subject of an investigation by the violent crimes task force?
Yes, sir, I do.
You point to that person, describe what they're wearing?
Josh Johnson in the dark green clothing.
For the record, the witness has identified the defendant.
So noted.
All right, now as of September 29th of 2022, how long had you been investigating Mr. Johnson?
I want to say about a couple weeks, 3 weeks.
As of that date, had you been conducting any sort of surveillance on where Mr. Johnson was going on a daily basis?
Yes.
All right, and what was the task force doing, or what did you personally were involved in terms of monitoring his location?
In aspects of how we were monitoring movement.
Yeah.
We had a GPS installed onto Josh Johnson's vehicle, a vehicle that he was seen driving and being a passenger in.
Can you describe the vehicle that Mr. Johnson was associated with?
It's a black Ford Flex. And if I look at my notes, I can give you the exact plate.
The refresher.
The plate would be Charlie Victor Zebra 997.
Okay. Now, how were you able to monitor this vehicle using a GPS location?
It's a small device that's installed underneath the vehicle, held on with magnets, and it feeds information, tracking information to a website. I'm not sure the science behind it, but it's fairly accurate and feeds us information on where that vehicle is or where that GPS is, which is attached to the vehicle, to monitor the movement of that vehicle.
So if I understand you, once the device is installed, you then are able to retrieve the data from a third-party company.
Yes, and in this circumstance, it's covert track.
All right. Now, aside from using this device, at any point would you or any other members of your task force physically go out and monitor this vehicle?
Yes.
All right. The locations that you had an opportunity to visually look at, did that correspond to the data that you recovered from this third-party company?
Yes, me personally, no, but members of my team, yes.
Well, then it should be strict, Judge, if he doesn't know. He needs personal knowledge of it.
Sustained.
Thank you.
So, as of September 29th of 2022, how long had you been monitoring this vehicle?
The GPS unit was installed on the 23rd.
Okay.
Where?
September.
So, was it still operational as of September 29th of 2022?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to retrieve data from that day of September 29, 2022, as far as the GPS data associated with that vehicle?
Yes,
And did you provide that did you provide that to Detroit Police?
yes.
How did it come about that you provided that data to the Detroit Police? Or that
Well,
the data was provided?
we were investigating the defendant here for an armed robbery or a robbery of a pharmacy in Livonia. And while we were conducting our investigation, we learned that there was a homicide in a location that corresponded with where that GPS was.
Let me ask it all that, Mr. Judge. But actually,
So my understanding is that that would not be off the truth of the matter asserted for reason why he turned that information was turned over to you.
that's
I'll
not
take it
why
for
I was
that.
calling, because it caused him to do something. Yeah,
I'll take it for that. Limit.
okay, thank you. Oh, okay.
Any other question?
Ma'am?
Showing you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 2. Do you recognize the spreadsheet that I'm showing to you now?
I do.
Is that an accurate copy of the data from the GPS device that was provided to the Detroit Police?
Yes.
People who move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No.
Admitted?
Now, you said earlier that this data showed that the vehicle was in the location of Prevost Street.
Accurate, yes.
All right. Now, specifically, I'm looking at line number 186. Is that the entry for Prevost Street that you were referring to earlier?
Yeah, that line and the next couple lines, yes.
Okay. And what is the date and time that it shows an entry on Prevost Street?
Let me object, Judge, saying that this is all hearsay.
I can't hear you, Tom.
Sorry, I'm making the objection regarding hearsay.
I don't understand how it's hearsay. It's simply a summary of information that he retrieved.
I thought you went for the entry of this.
I did.
Did you not?
Yes.
So it's admitted evidence.
You know, Judge, when I had no objection to it, I didn't know which of the many documents that show information he was talking about. This one I'm objecting to at this point because that's a statement and it's made to prove that somebody, what the statement says, it's out of court, it's hearsay.
So you're now objecting to.
Yeah, there's a lot of these kind of things that are the discoveries of immense. And I can't, he tried to show it to me. I can't look at his screen because the average screen resolution is too high and it'll trigger my migraine headaches. So we have to bring it down. When I buy a laptop, I have to bring the resolution down. And I can't keep asking, which I do all the time anyway, people who are showing me their laptops to lower the resolution. I didn't know which one he was talking about, but this particular one, I'm objecting to.
Well, he's had the discovery, and obviously the GPS information is significant in the case. The exhibit was admitted without objection. And this is merely a summary of data that was recovered from the device.
It says something, and it's supposed to be believed. I can't cross-examine it. It's clearly hearsay. I can't do anything with that. The confrontation clause, of course, oh no, that wouldn't violate the confrontation, but it does violate hearsay.
Why is it not hearsay?
Well, I would analogize this to black box data from a car, right? There's a crash, you're able to pull data from a device within a car, and the data is what it is. It's not an out-of-court assertion made by a party. There's no, he has a right to question, I guess, the truthfulness of the data that is depicted on the screen, but like, I'm trying to wrap my mind around how it would be hearsay. It's simply data.
His argument is that it's hearsay because it's an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
It's not a statement, it's just data.
The data says something, all right?
The data isn't speaking. The whole reason for the hearsay rules is to, how can we trust the believability of the third party talking about what somebody else said, right? So the data itself isn't the speaker here. They aren't the declarant. The officer recovered the data and is now just showing the court what the data says.
I'll take the objection and the advisement for right now.
Thank you, Ben.
So I think I was referring to entry line 186. Is there a time that's associated with that entry?
Yes.
What is the time?
The one that's highlighted there is 1843.
Okay. And that's 6:43 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. And what's the address associated with that?
8891 Prevost.
Can you do another objection, Judge? I mean, if this is to show where my client was, somebody's got to say that that device, that vehicle was being driven by him for this to be relevant to him at all.
That goes to the weight I should attribute this piece of evidence. You have to cross-examine.
Okay. Okay.
And ultimately, are there two other entries where it details that this vehicle was in the location of Prevost Street?
Yes, the two following entries.
I'm also moving, approaching the Marcus Peoples proposed number 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
All right. And is that a series of pages?
Yes.
And you recognize those different documents I've shown?
I do.
And are those visual representations of the entries around that time on September 29th of 2000?
Yes.
I mean, we're still talking about data done by someone, I don't even know who drafted this, he may have, that I wouldn't object. But if this is a third party, it's a statement from a third party out of court to prove exactly what's on the screen.
It's just visually representing for the fact finder to just visually see what is being, what's being represented in the spreadsheet.
What is that you're trying to It's a spreadsheet or something?
No, they're maps. They're just drawings. Pictorial
Who
representation.
created the maps?
I can elaborate on that if you want.
Did you create these?
Yes.
Okay.
So.
I'm fine. All right, admitted. You may proceed.
So this is page 1 of People's Exhibit 4. Can you just elaborate on what this is meant to depict?
Yes. So what you were looking at before in the Excel sheet was the raw data that was giving the GPS coordinates and giving you an address of where the GPS was pinging. And here, this is a map. I simply call it a trail of a GPS trail map. So I made this to make the visual a lot easier on the eyes so that you can read it versus looking at the Excel sheet. So you'll see at the bottom Joy Road, you'll see the arrows pointing to the right. That's showing the GPS in motion traveling eastbound on Joy Road. When it comes up to Prevost, then you can see the movement it takes from there. And the following slides will show the exact date and time that each bubble is as it's moving, along with the speed and the address of where it is. And the red, that means that the vehicle stops for a period of time. And when we get to the slide, you're going to see how long that stop was before it took off.
So we may not get there. What date are we talking about this trail occurred?
You'll see it on the next slide, sorry.
Well, we don't need to see the next slide until we know what date it's on.
This is September 29th.
That's what it is, and that's fine. I don't know when that wasn't developed.
I do have one question about this particular exhibit. When you get to Ellis Street, I see the arrow leading from Primrose to Ellis, and then I see one arrow headed west and one arrow headed east.
Yeah.
How is that?
I can clarify that.
Please.
So when we pull up a trail, the GPS trail, it's going to load up the entire trail that day for the vehicle. So that vehicle was in the area earlier in the day. And that bubble that you see, that green bubble that's going to the left, pointing westbound on Ellis, that was earlier or later in the day. So as we go by the slides here, I'm gonna have the bubbles pinpointed with the timestamp of the ones that we're actually interested in, and you're gonna see that movement happen here. So that bubble was either before or later in the day, the one that you're asking about, sir.
Okay.
So moving to page 2. All right, what is depicted on page 2 of this exhibit?
You can see now the bubble's opened up. It's reflecting that is, you have the date there, September 29th, 2022. The time is 6:42:22 p.m. The vehicle's traveling 40 miles an hour westbound direction on Joy Road. And it has the address there at the bottom too. I have a hard time reading it at 15910 Joy Road. Sure.
Moving to page 3. Which particular entry is this referring to?
So keep in mind that first picture, that was just an overview of all this movement. So now this is the next bubble that shows the GPS and movement here. This is September 29th, 2022, 6:42:53 p.m. It's now at Joy Road in Prevost, and the GPS unit is showing that it's starting to turn northbound on Prevost.
Moving to page 4. Which, what is the highlighted entry depicting here?
So this is highlighting that green bubble right next to the red stop sign, or that hexagon octagon. And that's reflecting September 29th, 2022, 6:43:24 p.m. And it's showing an address of 8891 Prevost.
And that corresponds to the data from the spreadsheet that
Yes.
People's Exhibit 2?
Yes, sir.
Now moving to page 5, what is depicted here?
Now this is reflecting the red symbol there, and the red symbol simply means that the vehicle or the GPS has stopped. There hasn't been any movement for a certain period of time, and you can see the stop. You got the date, September 29th, 2022, at 6:44 and 4 seconds PM, and it's been stopped. There's a line right there that says stop, 33 seconds. And it gives an address of 8892 Prevost. So that GPS unit has stopped, and it's registering a stop for covert tracking GPS.
The last page, which is page 6.
Now, this is the last bubble I highlighted here, just showing that the GPS is moving out of the area. It is still September 29, 2022. It is 6:44 and 37 seconds PM. The vehicle is traveling 44 miles per hour, east on Ellis, and it just takes it out of the area.
Now, throughout the course of your surveillance and the use of this device on this vehicle, were you able to develop a pattern of life in terms of where this vehicle would normally start at the beginning of the morning, be at the end of the night, that sort of thing?
We were able to identify.
Well, Jeff, I'd like to know what he's able to do.
So it's what?
I was able to identify addresses of interest in our investigation.
And these addresses, are these addresses that the vehicle?
He's leaving.
What was of interest about particular addresses?
Well, of main interest would be where the defendant was staying overnight, where he was living.
And that's based on the vehicle from the GPS, the data from the GPS device on the vehicle.
Yes.
So on the date of September 29th, both before and after this incident that I've been asking you about, was the data from that device consistent with prior days where that device had been in use?
I'd have to look at all the data. Can't recall that.
Okay. Anybody have any questions?
Cross-examine.
No, just a little. Sergeant, I'm sure that to place the tracking device, did you place the tracking device on the?
No.
Did you believe it was placed on the?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure you had a search warrant too,
Yes.
but the search warrant was for robberies and you said the wrong yeah.
Yes, there was a pharmacy robbery in Livonia.
That's
Which-
answered, the yes answers the question. So you were also using it for something other than for what the search warrant was requested for?
Excuse me?
Were you using the tracking device for things other than what the search warrant was they asked for?
No.
Okay, I need to find why looking at what he's doing in Detroit has anything to do with Livonia, Dearborn, pharmacies.
The GPS unit was installed on the vehicle to monitor movement.
For what purpose?
Our investigation.
Investigation of what? A murder?
The robbery of a pharmacy.
All right, so you're using, you chose to give the prosecution and the police department data from the tracking device that was not for the purpose it was requested. Is that correct?
Yes, he obtained a search warrant for that data.
Who obtained a search warrant for that data?
From my understanding, he did.
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Well, who is that guy you're talking about?
Detective Arson.
Was it that Arson?
Arson.
His name is Arson?
Arnson.
Arson.
Sorry.
So there was a second request for another search warrant to use it for another purpose? If you don't know, you can say.
Can you rephrase the question? I'm starting to get lost.
Okay, the first one, the first search warrant requested was to see if there was some involvement in Livonia and Dearborn pharmacy
robberies, is that right?
Yes,
All right. Was there another search warrant requested from that guy?
ask that again.
Was there a second search warrant requested to use for purposes other than robberies of pharmacies in the suburbs?
The search warrant was to monitor and to aid in the investigation in identifying locations of interest and people of interest who are robbing pharmacies.
Okay. Okay. And then you said something about he got a second search warrant. What was that one for?
The search warrant was for the data from Covert Track and that we had from our investigation.
Did you actually see the second search warrant?
No,
Are you sure that exists?
yes,
Because someone voted.
I have no reason to not believe it.
Who was it that told you?
Detective Carson,
Said there was a second search warrant for the use of the tracking device.
a search warrant to obtain the data from my department's GPS tracker, yes.
Okay, help me
Okay.
understand how things in and around Detroit help you determine who committed robberies at a Livonia and a Dearborn pharmacy.
Because there are certain times when people who don't live in Livonia come to Livonia and commit crimes.
So, the stuff that you're reporting to us that was on the GPS tether did not help you in any way determine whether that vehicle or any person committed robbery in Livonia or Dearborn.
I'll tell you, from that movement that you saw there, Quivos was a very active spot, and it did have a lot of interest with our investigation of the pharmacy robberies.
And did you turn that information over to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office so I can see it? The interest that people had?
This was a federal investigation.
So, okay, bottom line is, you never saw any search warrants, is that right?
Search warrants for what? The
And
GPS
did
search
you-
warrant?
See
Yes,
that?
yes,
And you know what that one was for and what it covered.
yes. It was the installation of the tracking device on the Ford Flex
So you
to
saw that.
monitor the movement,
Okay.
to identify places of interest, people of interest, and to aid in our investigation. That's the sole purpose of
Investigation of,
the pharmacy robberies
right.
and any other criminal activity.
No, it has to be asked for something specific. So it can't be, I want to put it on this lawyer's car and see where he goes and see if he does anything wrong. It didn't say that, okay?
Objection, argument.
Yeah, it is, but it's also pretty relevant.
Rephrase.
I asked you if you saw this.
Okay.
Based on what you're telling me, you never read this, did you? This
The GPS tracking.
The purpose, purpose for it.
The purpose, I've stated the purpose of this.
I want to know what you saw on the paper, because I want to know if you know what it was for. Actually, I want the judge to know what it was for.
Okay. Can I pull it out and read it verbatim for you?
Oh, well, just the portion that you think is relevant, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll read it here. So this is just depicting the vehicle that we wanted to install a tracker on. All right. The subject of interest, which is Joshua Johnson. Affidavit further says that the person such property sought to be monitored is presently located in the state of Michigan or will be located in the state of Michigan at the time requested to execute this warrant. Affidavit further says that the person property is evidence of violations of the criminal laws of the state based on the following. Affidavit further says that in order to track the movement of the aforementioned subject, person, or property effectively and to decrease the chance of detection, a mobile tracking device in or on the subject vehicle is sought, and it may be necessary to enter onto private property to install, remove, or maintain said device. Affidavit further states that due to the sensitive nature of this investigation and to prevent detection of the tracking device in law enforcement scrutiny, it may be necessary to install, remove, and maintain the tracking device in nighttime. Affidavit further states that the tracking device produces signals from inside the private buildings, garages.
Wait, sir, I appreciate you going over this with us, but I asked if it described the purpose, not that it was going to be allowed.
But Judge, this is what I'm gonna object. He's already testified a number of times that the purpose for installing the device was the investigation of pharmacy records.
Well, then I object to anything that comes in for another reason. You can't walk into a house looking for a body or looking for a long gun and start opening up small drawers. And then you find contraband.
On the flip side of that, if you have a right to be where you're supposed to be and you run across some other criminal activity, if you, that's in plain view, you can pursue that other criminal activity.
Well, but it's giving what I think is more analogous to a completely anonymous tip as opposed to a request for specific things, anything outside that scope. He needs another search warrant for it. I thought he said he got one, or I thought he said he got one, but I'm not, no, I don't know what that one is. I don't have that. So far, we're talking about driving around Detroit and not Livonia vehicle.
Testimony I heard was that there was a second search warrant that was secured.
Right, but I didn't get a copy of that.
That was for the data. So obtain the data.
The data that I've already objected to.
Just to clarify, the federal task force got a search warrant to install the device on the vehicle. After the homicide occurred, Detective Arnston got a separate search warrant to get the data from the device itself. And Mr. Cooper does have the search warrant. I have a copy of it here, but it was provided to him in discovery. But both the federal search warrant and the search warrant that Detective Arnston obtained have both been provided.
So the first search warrant was to put the device on it to begin with.
Right.
And now the Detroit police are interested in the data that retrieved from that. They got a separate search warrant for that data.
And just for the data, okay.
Sorry if I was confusing.
And then that's the data that I've been objecting to. And
That's
you're-
under advisement.
and that's under, all right, thank you, Judge. That's all the questions that I have.
You redirect.
No, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You reset.
Thank you.
People call Detective Arnston.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat for this box.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and occupation?
Detective Andrew R. Arnson.
All right, and Where are you currently assigned?
I'm currently assigned to the homicide, major crimes homicide section for the Detroit Police Department.
All right. And as part of your job responsibilities, did you become involved in the death of Damari and Tate?
Yes,
All right. And on September 29th of 2022, did you have an occasion to go to Sinai Grace Hospital?
I did.
And did you observe anything while you're at the hospital?
I observed the body of the decedent, Mr.
Okay. Was he already deceased by the time you got there?
That's correct.
Now, at the time, did you have any eyewitnesses that were telling you about what they had observed at the time of the shoot?
Here, yes. Yes.
At the time of that you first visited the body, Mr. Lee?
Not at that time, no.
So, as part of your investigation, did you try and determine a timeline as far as when the shooting may have occurred?
Yes.
That would all have to be hearsay, Judge. Anything you learned in that manner at that time would all have to be hearsay.
You can rephrase.
What steps did you take in order to construct a timeline of when a shooting may have occurred?
No, we're talking about just that day that he went to the hospital.
Oh, no, I'm asking throughout the course of the investigation.
But that would then come from the tracking device.
I don't know what it's like, he hasn't testified to.
Well, let's hear where.
So initially, what I would do, or what I did do in this situation, I looked at the time of the 911 call. That's the first indicator of when this particular event may have happened.
And are there automated log entries when a 911 call is received by dispatch?
Yes.
Right, and what was the time in this case?
Don't recall the exact times. I don't want to say, I don't want to be incorrect, but I have a rough estimate.
Looking at, is there any document that you can look at to refresh your memory?
Yes.
What document?
When I submit either the CAD itself or the what I submit to the tapes, our 911 tape operator, collection of records.
And approach to the document, let me know if that refreshes your memory about what time the 911 call was.
Yes.
What time is it?
It was received at 6:47 and 3 seconds.
On September 29th of 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the course of your investigation, did you ever attempt to look at any potential surveillance video in the area of Prevost where this shooting incident occurred?
I did.
And what steps did you take in order to try and view this video?
Canvases and also the use of our green light, our project green light cameras.
And did you personally examine available surveillance video to attempt to see if there was any relevant evidence on that video?
I did.
And did you, when you looked at the video, did you observe any relevant evidence?
I did.
Describe what you saw.
No.
Yeah, do that. Best evidence. Sustain.
Would you at some points prepare a summary video showing the relevant portions of the video that you believe important to this investigation?
I did.
And you provided this to me before?
That's correct.
And that was a fair and accurate representation of the video that you had earlier seen on the green light video.
Correct.
Here at this point, I'm moving to admit people's proposed exhibit.
Mr. Cooper's had an opportunity to see.
Yes.
Any objections?
It's.
Okay. Admit it?
What number was that?
This will be people's proposed exhibit, or people's exhibit 5. People's exhibit 5 is displayed on the screen. It's a 5-minute video, but before I start playing the video, what is the time and date that's depicted on the screen?
September 29th, 2022 at, it looks like 6:31, 20 seconds PM.
And do you know the locations of the different camera angles that we're going to see on this video?
I don't recall the exact addresses off the top of my head.
Are they on Joy Road in the area of Vivos?
This particular one, this particular camera is not on Joy Road. This particular camera is on Brentwood.
No, they're press play.
Nobody stops at that stop sign.
No, that's.
Roll on through.
Right. The video is played in its entirety. My question is, were there more than one camera angles in different locations that were depicted on that video?
Yes.
What was the purpose for choosing the different camera angles at the different times that were picked up in the video?
The reason was for the addition of the forward flex going through the frame.
Now, if I go back to the video at approximately here at 49 seconds. This camera in particular, what is the physical location of this camera?
It's at Joy Road and Prevost.
All right, so the vehicle, where is it currently positioned? On what road?
Joy Road.
As I play the video, I pause the video at 1 minute and 2 seconds. What road is that Ford Flex on now?
Prevost.
All right. And this intersection at Prevost and Joy Road, how far away is that from the location of 8908 Prevost?
It's approximate, it's less than a city block.
Okay. Does the time that's listed on the timestamp on this video correspond to the data that was from the GPS device that you obtained via search warrant?
That's correct.
Now, when you observed this vehicle on video, did you notice anything distinctive or unusual about this Ford Flex as opposed to a standard factory model Ford Flex?
Specifically, I notated that this particular Ford Flex was without chrome inlays around the vehicle, also not on the handles, door handles, as well as specifically a, I guess you would call it a donut spare on the vehicle as well.
Now, did you ever have a chance to physically identify yourself at a vehicle with those same distinct characteristics that you just tested?
That's correct.
And how did you come into, how did that come to be?
Well, physically, when I was able to actually observe the vehicle that I depicted with those characteristics, was actually at the Detroit Police Evidence Center.
Okay, and when was that? Looking at a document refresher?
Yes, yes. It would have been October 7th of 2022.
All right, and at the time you examined that vehicle, was there a license plate on the vehicle itself?
There was.
What was the license plate?
I'd have to refresh my.
That refresher.
Would be CVZ 997, Michigan.
And you said that you examined this vehicle at the lockup or the station?
At the Detroit Police Evidence Garage.
Okay. Did you personally search that vehicle?
I did.
And did you find anything when you looked in the interior of the vehicle?
I did.
What did you find?
In the compartment behind the driver's side captain's chair or bucket seat, located on the rear of it from the second row of the seats, basically in between there. There was a live bullet that was 40 caliber.
It was a 40 caliber bullet?
Yeah.
All right. Are you familiar with the firearms evidence that was recovered from the scene?
Yes.
What was the caliber of at least some of the casings that were recovered from the scene?
40 caliber.
Now, You obtained the data from the GPS device via search warrant, correct?
Yes,
And did you personally look at the data that was obtained by you?
I did.
Did you notice that, did you attempt to find out or determine where that vehicle went after the shooting?
I did.
And did that vehicle ultimately come to a stop at a location that was of interest?
It did.
What address?
The exact address, I don't remember the numerics, but it was on Rosemont Street.
Looking at a document.
Of course. Yeah, that address would be 19951 Rosemont Street.
Now, throughout the course of your investigation, did you ever have an occasion to go to 19951 Rosemont?
I did.
And what day was that?
It was, I don't recall the exact date.
Was it the same day that you looked at that you conducted a search of that vehicle?
Yes.
Why were you there at that address?
To execute a search warrant of that property.
All right, and when you went there, did you make any arrests of any individuals?
I didn't personally make an arrest.
Did you observe anyone being arrested at that location?
I did observe somebody being arrested.
Did you see that person in court today?
Yes.
You point to that person, describe what he's wearing.
The defendant who's wearing a green jumpsuit.
For the record, the witnesses identified the defendant.
So no,
So at that point, the defendant was in custody, correct?
Yes,
Did you ever make any attempts to interview the defendant?
I did.
And where did that interview occur?
It took place at the Dearborn Police Department.
And did you advise him of his Miranda rights?
I did.
How did you do that?
If I remember correctly, I had him read them out loud.
Did he appear to know and understand the rights as you were reading them to you?
Yes,
Did he appear to be under the influence of any alcohol or controlled substances that were affecting his ability to understand what you were saying?
he was not.
Did he appear to be suffering from any type of mental illness that affected his memory, his ability to understand what you were saying?
No,
Did he ever tell you that he was unable to read or understand the rights as he was reading them out loud?
no, he stated.
And did he appear to you to be fully aware of the surroundings and the circumstances and have the ability to knowingly waive his right to remain silent?
Yes,
Did he ultimately agree to speak with you?
yes, it is.
Judge, I'll turn it over to presenter here.
were there some voluntaries?
I don't have, thank you.
All right, court makes a finding that the defendant made a knowingly involuntary statement.
Now, when you spoke to the defendant, did you ever ask him whether he was in the area of Prevost Street on the day of the murder?
He was asked that.
And what was his response?
The response he gave was that he was not there that day.
Now, did you ever ask him whether he had any sort of connection to a Ford Flex?
I did.
What was his response?
His response was yes.
What did he say?
He said that that's a vehicle that is, I'm trying to remember verbatim, but I believe he said something along the lines of, it's a vehicle that an associate of his drives regularly.
Did he ever tell you whether or not he ever drove the car?
Yes. I don't recall him saying.
Looking at document.
Yes. He did indicate that he occasionally drives the Ford Flex.
Did you ever ask him whether he was driving the Ford Flex at September 29th, 2022?
Yes.
What was his response?
He says that he said that he was not driving.
One thing I forgot to ask you is the surveillance video, which equals Exhibit 5. All right, the video is paused at 2 minutes and 56 seconds. Where is the location that's depicted in this time of the video?
It's on Grand River.
All right, it's at a gas station.
It is.
And what's the time of this video?
This particular one is 7:01 and 23 seconds.
Okay, September 29th, 2000.
That's correct.
All right. Were you able to observe any individuals getting out of the car?
Yes.
And which side of the car did the person get out?
Passenger front.
Were you ever able to personally observe the person that is depicted on this video?
Yes.
And what is that person's name?
Zamantha Martin Jackson.
I don't have any other questions.
Cross examine.
So, well, when you say you observed Samantha, what did you say the last name? Jack?
Martin Jackson, I think it was high school, High David.
Oh, Martin Jackson.
Did you take it, did you compare that person to the person you saw getting out of the car on the video?
I'm sorry, can you speak up?
Okay, the person on the video, you decided was the same person that you saw in person?
Yes. Yes.
Was the video better than this one?
No, this is the video that I compared the two.
There's somebody coming out right now,
Yes.
and that's the passenger door, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
I can't see the face.
Well, you can't hear. You absolutely can't. If it was actually, if you hit play and let it roll, he actually comes in the frame a lot closer to the video. And there's actually an instance where this particular individual exits that vehicle. You can tell based upon the clothing, how they dress, how they walk, things of that nature. They enter the storefront and proceed to go almost like it's directly right in front of them. So there's better footage of this individual's face. We'll keep it.
Okay.
Did you ever determine
Who the Ford Flex was registered by or registered to?
I did.
And who was that?
The name off the top of my head, I don't remember. It starts with a J.
Well,
It's a female.
It wasn't. It was a female.
Yeah.
So not my fault.
No, it did not.
That's all. Thank you.
Can you redirect? Yeah. Thank you, sir. You may go. All right, is that it for today?
Yes, sir.
Thanks for this ability to come back. Mr. Cooper, what day it works good for you? The first available day?
We picked the 16th.
Yeah, we picked
Pick the 16th at 1:30.
Right.
Okay, got it. All right. It's going to be continued to May 16th, 2023 at 1:30. It will be remanded to the Wayne County Sheriff. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. That concludes the document for today. Okay, bye. Yeah.
All right, you have a good one, Your Honor.
Thank you, you too.
Give you for you a minute, just have a seat.
Take care, Judge.
Thank you, you too.
I already called them, they told me they did.
Take care, Yara.
All right, be safe out there. All right, guys, appreciate you. Have a good day.
It's light on that chair, so it's really getting someone to get this way.